because the speed of the events and the enormity of the challenges are sometimes very difficult to grasp. And this has also been a time of soul-searching. People are re-evaluating their own lives. We are having wider debates on shared vaccines and shared values. But as I look back on this past year, and if I look at the State of the Union today, I see a strong soul in everything what we do. It was Robert Schuman who said, Europe needs a soul, an ideal, and the political will to serve this ideal. And Europe has brought those words to life in the last 12 months. In the biggest global health crisis for a century, we chose to go it together so that every part of Europe had access to the life-saving vaccines. In the deepest global economic crisis for decades, we chose to go it together with Next Generation EU. And in the gravest planetary crisis of all time, again, we chose to go it together with the European Green Deal. We did it together as a Commission, and I thank from the bottom of my heart my outstanding College of Commissioners for the enormous support during that time. We did it together as a Parliament with 27 member states, as one Europe, and I think we can be proud of it. But Corona times are not over, and there is still much grief in our society as the pandemic lingers. There are hearts we can never mend, life stories we can never finish, and time we can never give back to our young. We face new and enduring challenges in a world recovering and fracturing unevenly. So there is no question, the next year will be another test of character. But I believe it is when you are tested that your spirit, your soul truly shines through. And as I look across our union, I know that Europe will pass the test. And what gives me that confidence is the inspiration we can draw from Europe's young people. Because our youth put meaning into empathy and solidarity. They believe we have a responsibility towards the planet. And while they are anxious about the future, they are determined to make it better. Our union will be stronger if it is more like our next generation, reflective, determined, and caring, grounded in values and bold in action. And this spirit will be more important than ever over the next 12 months. This is the message in the letter of intent I sent this morning to President Sassoli and Prime Minister Janša to outline our priorities for the year ahead. Honourable members, a year is long at the time of pandemics. When I stood here in front of you 12 months ago, I did not know when or even if we could have a safe and effective vaccine against COVID-19. But today, against all critics, Europe is among the world leaders. More than 70% of our adult population is fully vaccinated. We were the only ones to share half of our vaccine production with the rest of the world. We delivered more than 700 million doses of vaccines to the Europeans. We delivered Indeed, we delivered also more than 700 million to the rest of the world, to more than 130 countries. And we are the only region in the world to achieve that. Honourable members, a pandemic is a marathon, it's not a sprint. We followed the science, we delivered to Europe, we delivered to the rest of the world, We did it the right way because we did it the European way, and I think it worked. But while we have every reason to be confident, we have no reason to be complacent. Our first and most urgent priority is to speed up global vaccination. With less than 1% of global doses administered in low-income countries, the scale of injustice and the level of urgency is obvious. This is one of the great geopolitical issues in our time. Team Europe is investing €1 billion to ramp up mRNA production capacity with Africa. We have already committed to share 250 million doses of vaccine. I can announce today that the Commission will add a new donation of another 200 million doses until the middle of next year. This is an investment in solidarity, and it is an investment also in global health. The second priority is to continue our efforts here in Europe. We see worrisome divergences between member states what vaccination rates are concerned. So we need to keep up the momentum. And Europe is ready. We have 1.8 billion additional doses secured. This is enough for us and our neighborhood when booster shots are needed. So let's do everything possible that this does not turn into a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And my third point, the final priority, is to strengthen our pandemic preparedness. Last year, I said it was time to build a European health union. Today, we are delivering. With our proposal, we get the HERA authority up and running. This will be a huge asset to deal with future health threats earlier and better. We have the innovation and scientific capacity. We have the private sector knowledge. We have competent national authorities. And now we have to bring all that together, including massive funding. So I am proposing a new health preparedness and resilience mission for the whole of the European Union. And it should be backed up by Team Europe investment of 50 billion by 2027 to make sure that no virus will ever turn a local epidemic again in a global pandemic. There is no better return on investment than that. Honourable members, the work on the European Health Union is a big step forward. And I want to thank this House for your support. We have shown that when we act together, we can act fast. Take the EU digital certificate. Today, more than 400 million certificates have been generated across Europe. 42 countries in 4 different continents are plugged in. We proposed it in March. You pushed hard. You helped enormously. 3 months later only, it was up and running. So while the rest of the world was talking about, Europe just did it. And we did a lot of things right. We moved fast to create SURE. This supported over 31 million workers and 2.5 million companies across Europe. We learned the lessons from the past when we were too divided and too delayed. And the difference is stark. Last time, it took us 8 years for the Eurozone GDP to get back to pre-crisis level. This time, we expect 19 countries to be at pre-pandemic levels this year, with the rest following next. Growth in the euro area outpaced both the US and China in the last quarter. But this is only the beginning, and the lessons from the financial crisis could serve as a cautionary tale. At that time, Europe declared victory too soon, and we paid the price for that. And we will not repeat that mistake. The good news is that with Next Generation EU, we will both invest in short-term recovery and in the long-term prosperity. We will address structural issues in our economy, from labor market reforms in Spain to pension reforms in Slovenia or to tax reforms in Austria, for example. In an unprecedented manner, we will invest in 5G and fiber. But equally important is the investment in digital skills. This is such an important topic. This task needs leaders' attention, and it needs a structured dialogue at top level. We really have to emphasize that and put a strong focus on it. Our response provides a clear direction to market and investors alike. But as we look ahead, we also need to reflect on how the crisis has affected the shape of our economy, from increased debts to uneven impact on different sectors, or new ways of working. And to do that, the Commission will relaunch the discussion on the economic governance review in the coming weeks. The aim is to build a consensus on the way forward well ahead of 2023. Honourable members, we will soon celebrate 30 years of single market. For 30 years, it has been the great enabler of progress and prosperity in Europe. At the outset of the pandemic, we had to defend it against the pressures of erosion and fragmentation. For our recovery, the single market is the driver of good jobs and competitiveness. And that is particularly important in the digital single market. We have made ambitious proposals in the last year, for example, to contain the gatekeeper power of the major platforms, to underpin their democratic responsibilities of those platforms, to foster innovation, to channel the power of artificial intelligence. Digital is the make or break issue. And member states also share that view. For example, if you look at the digital spending in Next Generation EU, and you know we have a 20% target, we will even overshoot that 20% target. That is good. That reflects the importance of investing in our European tech sovereignty. But allow me to focus on semiconductors for a moment, these tiny chips that make everything work, from smartphones to electric scooters, from trains to entire smart factories. There is no digital without those chips. And while we speak, whole production lines are already working at reduced speed, despite growing demand, because of a shortage of semiconductors. And while global demand has exploded, Europe's share across the entire value chain, from the design or manufacturing capacities, has shrunk. We depend right now on state-of-the-art chips manufactured by Asia. So this is not just a matter of our competitiveness. This is also a matter of tech sovereignty. So let's put all our forces in it to improve this situation. We will present a new European Chips Act. We need to link together our world-class research, design, and testing capacities. We need to coordinate the European level and the national investment along the value chain. And the aim is to jointly create a state-of-the-art European chip ecosystem, including production, that ensures our security of supply and will develop new markets for groundbreaking European tech. And yes, I know this is a daunting task, without any question. It's a big, big goal that I put out there. And I know there are some now that claim it cannot be done. But they have said the same 20 years ago about Galileo. And now look where we are. We got our act together. Today, Europe's satellite provides the navigation system for more than 2 billion smartphones worldwide. So we did it once. We are world leaders in Galileo now. Let's be bold again, and let's focus all our forces on the semiconductors, and let's go and be a world leader again. This should be our aim. Mesdames et messieurs les députés,
ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, the pandemic has left deep scars with an enormous impact on our social market economy. Evening after evening, we all stood at our windows, in our doorways, to applaud the work of the frontline workers. We all felt how much we depended on their work, how much we depended on the work of those men and women who devote their efforts on a low salary with insecure jobs to our health. So the applause might have died down, but I think the force of our appreciation should continue. And that is why the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights is so important. We are talking about decent work, creating fair working conditions, better health care, and striking the right work-life balance. If the pandemic has taught us one thing, it is the value of our time. And there is no time more precious than the time we spend with those close to us, with our friends and family. So this is why we are promoting a new European healthcare strategy to ensure that every man and woman can benefit from the best possible care and find the right work-life balance. But, ladies and gentlemen, social justice is not just a question of time. It is also a question of tax fairness. In our social market economy, it is a good thing for businesses to make profits. But if they make profits, it is thanks to the quality of our infrastructure, of our social security systems, of our education systems. So the least that we can expect is that the businesses should make their fair contribution. And that is why we will continue to fight against tax fraud and tax evasion. We are going to propose a legal act to try to get at the profits hidden behind false companies, straw companies, and we want to mobilize efforts to achieve a worldwide minimum corporate tax. To pay a fair amount of tax is not just a question of ensuring proper public finances, but it is quite simply a question of fairness and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we have all benefited from the foundations of our European social market economy, and therefore we have to ensure that the next generation can also build on those foundations, their future. We have a highly educated young generation, a highly talented younger generation, and one full of motivation. We have a new generation that has had to sacrifice so much in order to protect the safety of others. Usually, when you're young, is the time to expand your horizons, make new experiences, make friends for life, find your path in life. But what have we been asking? What are we asking of young people today? We are asking them to observe social distancing measures. We are asking them to stay at home, to study at home. And we've asked them to do this for more than a year. So that's why everything that we're doing, the Green Deal, Next Generation EU, aims to protect the future of those young people. That is why the next generation must be funded by new own resources, which we are working on at the moment. But we also have to ensure that we don't create new rifts, because Europe needs all its young people. We have to encourage those who are falling through the gaps in the net, those people who do not have a job, those people who are neither in education or training. For those young people, we want to offer a new program, ALMA. ALMA will offer young people the possibility to get some temporary work experience in another member state, because they too have the right to have an experience like Erasmus, to gain skills and experience, to create links and to forge a new European identity. But if we want to redesign our union in their image, young people also should be able to shape the future of Europe. Europe should have a soul and a vision that speaks to those young people, as Jacques Delors called for when he said, how can we build Europe if young people do not see it as a collective project, as a project that reflects their future? And this is why we will propose to make 2022 the year of European youth. Let's have a year devoted to putting the spotlight on these young people who have given up so much to others. And young people should be leading the debate in the conference on the future of Europe, because it's their future and it should be their conference. And as we have said at the beginning of our mandate, the Commission is ready to follow through on points decided by the conference.
This is a generation with a conscience. They are pushing us to go further and faster to tackle the climate crisis. And the events of the summer only served to explain why. We saw floods in Belgium and Germany, and wildfires burning from Greece to the hills in France. And if we don't believe our own eyes, we only have to follow the science. The United Nations recently published an IPCC report, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It is the authority on the science of climate change. The report leaves no doubt. Climate change is only man-made. But since it is man-made, we can do something about it. As I heard it say, it's warming, it's us, we're sure, it's bad, but we can fix it. And change is already happening. More electric vehicles than diesel cars were registered in Germany in the first half of this year. Poland is now the EU's largest exporter of batteries and electric buses. Or take the new European Bauhaus that led to an explosion of creativity of architects, designers, engineers across our union. And if the European Green Deal has a soul, then it is the new European Bauhaus. So clearly something is on the move. And this is what the European Green Deal is all about. In my speech last year, I announced our target of at least 55% emission reduction by 2030. Since then, we have together turned our climate goals into legal obligations. And we are the first major economy to present comprehensive legislation in order to get it done. You've seen the complexity of the detail, but the goal is simple. We will put a price on pollution. We will clean the energy we use. We will have smarter cars and cleaner airplanes, and we will make sure that higher climate ambition comes with more social ambition, because this must be a fair green transition. And this is why we proposed a new social climate fund to tackle the energy poverty that already 34 million Europeans suffer from. So I count on both Parliament and Member States to keep the package and to keep the ambition together. When it comes to climate change and the nature crisis, Europe can do a lot, and it will support others. I am proud to announce today that the European Union will double its external funding for biodiversity, in particular for the most vulnerable countries. But Europe cannot do it alone. The COP26 in Glasgow will be a moment of truth for the global community. Major economies, from the US to Japan, have set ambitions for climate neutrality in 2050 or shortly after. That's good. But they need now to be backed up by concrete plans in time for Glasgow, because current commitments for 2030 will not keep global warming at 1.5 Celsius within reach. Every country has a responsibility. The goals that President Xi has set out for China are encouraging, but we call for that same leadership on setting out how China will get there. The world would be relieved if they showed they could peak emissions by mid-decade and move away from coal at home and abroad. But while every country has a responsibility, major economies like us do have a special duty to the least developed and the most vulnerable countries. The so-called climate finance is essential for them, both for mitigation and adaptation. In Mexico and in Paris, the major economies committed to provide $100 billion a year until 2025 to the least developed and most vulnerable countries. We deliver on our commitments. Team Europe contributes $25 billion a year, but others still leave a gaping hole towards reaching the global target. So closing that gap will increase the chance of success in Glasgow. My message today is that Europe is ready to do more. We will now propose an additional €4 billion for climate finance until 2027. But we expect the United States and our partners to step up too. This is vital because closing the climate finance gap together, the US and the European Union, would be such a strong signal for global climate leadership, and it is time to deliver now. We have no time to wait anymore. Honourable members, this climate and economic leadership is central to Europe's global and security objectives. It also reflects a wider shift in world affairs at a time of transition towards a new international order. We are entering a new era of hyper-competitiveness, an era in which some stop at nothing to gain influence, from vaccine promises to high-interest loans, from missiles to misinformation. An era of regional rivalries and major powers refocusing their attention towards each other. Recent events in Afghanistan are not the cause of this change, but they are a symptom of it. And first and foremost, I want to be clear. We stand by the Afghan people. We stand by the Afghan people, the women and children, prosecutors, journalists, and human rights defenders. I think in particular of women judges who are now in hiding from the men they jailed. They have been put at risk for their contribution to justice and the rule of law. We must support them, and we will coordinate all efforts with member states to bring them to safety. And we must continue supporting all Afghans in the country and in neighboring countries. We must do everything to avert the real risk that is out there of a major famine and a humanitarian disaster. And we will do our part. We will increase again humanitarian aid for Afghanistan by €100 million. This will be part of a new, wider Afghan support package that we will present in the next weeks to combine all our efforts. Honourable members, witnessing events unfold in Afghanistan was profoundly painful for the families and friends of fallen servicemen and servicewomen. We bow to the sacrifice of those soldiers, diplomats, and aid workers who laid down their lives for our common cause. To make sure that their service will never be in vain, we have to reflect on how this mission could end so abruptly. There are deeply troubling questions that allies will have to tackle within NATO. But there is simply no security and defense issue where less cooperation is the answer. So we need to invest in our joint partnership and draw on each side's unique strength. And this is why we are working with Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg on a new EU-NATO joint declaration to be presented before the end of the year. But this is only one part of the equation. Europe can and clearly should be able and willing to do more on its own. But if we are to do more, we first need to explain why. I see three broad categories. First, we need to provide stability in our neighborhood and across different regions. We are connected to the world by narrow straits, stormy seas, and vast land borders. And because of that geography, Europe knows better than anyone else that if you don't deal in time with a crisis abroad, this crisis will come to you. Secondly, the nature of the threats we face is evolving rapidly, from hybrid to cyber attacks to the growing arms race in space. We see that disruptive technology has been the great equalizer in the way power can be used today by rogue states and non-state groups. You no longer need an army or missile to cause mass damage. You can paralyze industrial plants, city administrations, and hospitals. All you need is your laptop. You can disrupt entire elections with a smartphone and an internet connection. And the third reason is that our European Union is a unique security provider. There will be missions where NATO or the United Nations will not be present, but where Europe should be. On the ground, our soldiers work side by side with police officers, lawyers, and doctors, with humanitarian workers and human rights defenders, with teachers and engineers. We can combine military and civilian alongside with diplomatic and development. And we have a long history in building and protecting peace. The good news is that over the past years, we have started to develop kind of a European defense ecosystem. But what we need now is the European Defense Union. In the last weeks, there have been many discussions on expeditionary forces, on what type and how many we need, battle groups and EU entry forces. This is no doubt part of the debate, and I think it will be part of the solution. But the more fundamental issue is why this has not worked in the past. You can have the most advanced forces in the world, but if you're never prepared to use them, of what use are they? What has held us back until now is not just a shortfall of capacity, it is the lack of political will. And if we develop this political will, there's a lot that we can do at EU level. Allow me to give you three concrete examples. First, we need to build a foundation for collective decision-making, and this is what I call situational awareness. We fall short if member states active in the same reason do not share their information at the EU level. It is vital that we improve intelligence cooperation, but this is not just about intelligence in the narrow sense. It is about bringing together the knowledge from all services and all sources, from space to police trainers, from open source to development agencies. The European Union could have a unique scope and depth of knowledge. It's out there. But we can only use that information and make decisions if we have the full picture. And this is currently not the case. We have the knowledge, but it is disjoint. We have the information, but it is fragmented. And this is why the European Union could consider its own joint situational awareness center to fuse all of these different pieces of information and to be better prepared, to be fully informed, and thus to be able to decide. Secondly, we need to improve interoperability. This is why we're already investing in common European platforms, from fighter jets to drones and cybers, you know that. But we have to keep thinking of new ways to use all the possible synergies. One example could be to consider waiving value-added tax, the VAT, when buying defense equipment developed and produced in Europe. This would not only increase our interoperability, but it would also decrease our dependencies of today. And the third point is, we cannot talk about defense without talking about cyber. If everything is connected, everything can be hacked. And given that resources are scarce, we have to bundle our forces. And we should not just be satisfied to address the cyber threat, but also strive to become a leader in cybersecurity. It should be here in Europe where cyber defense tools are developed. And this is why we need a European cyber defense policy, including legislation on common standards under a new European Cyber Resilience Act. So, we can do a lot at EU level. But member states need to do more too. And this starts with a common assessment of the threats we face and a common approach to dealing with them. The upcoming strategic compass is the key process to this discussion. And we need to decide how we can use all the possibilities that are already in the treaty. And this is why, under the French presidency, President Macron and I will convene a summit on European defense. Honourable members, it is time for Europe to step up to the next level. In a more contested world, protecting our interests is not only about defending ourselves. It is also about forging strong and reliable partnerships. This is not a luxury. It is essential for our future stability, security, and prosperity. And this work starts by deepening our partnership with our closest allies. With the United States, we will develop our new agenda for global change, from the new Tech and Technology Council to health security and sustainability. The European Union and the United States will always be stronger together. And of course, the same goes for our neighbors in the Western Balkans. Before the end of the month, I will travel to the region to send a strong signal of our commitment to the accession process. We owe it to all those young people who believe in a future in Europe. And this is why we're ramping up our support through our new investment and economic plan, with around a third of the region's GDP. Because, honourable members, investment in the future of the Western Balkans is an investment in the future of the European Union. And we will also continue investing in our partnership in our neighbourhood, from stepping up our engagement in the Eastern Partnership to implementing the new agenda of the Mediterranean, and continuing to work on the different aspects of our relationship to Turkey. Honourable members, if Europe is to become a more global player, it also needs to focus on the next generation of partnerships. In this spirit, today's new EU Indo-Pacific strategy is a milestone. It reflects the growing importance of the region to our prosperity and our security, but it also reflects the fact that autocratic regimes use it to try to expand their influence. Europe needs to be more active and to be more present in the region. So, we will work together to deepen trade links, strengthen global supply chains, and develop new investment projects on the green and digital technologies. This is a template for how Europe can redesign its model to connect the world. We're pretty good at financing roads, but it does not make any sense for Europe if we build a perfect road between a copper that is Chinese copper mine that is Chinese-owned and a harbor that is Chinese-owned. So we have to get smarter when it comes to these kind of investment. And this is why we will soon present our new connectivity strategy called Global Gateway. We will build global gateway partnerships with countries around the world. We want investment in quality infrastructure, connecting people, goods and services around the world. We will take a values-based approach, offering transparency and good governance to our partners. We want to create links and not dependencies. And we know that this can work. Since the summer, the new underwater fiber optic cable has connected Brazil to Portugal. We will invest with Africa to create a market for green hydrogen that connects the two shores of the Mediterranean. We need a team global approach to make Global Gateway happen. We will connect institutions and investment banks and business community, and we will make this a priority for regional summits, starting with the next EU-Africa summit in February. We want to turn Global Gateway into a trusted brand around the world. And let me be very clear about one more point. Doing business around the world is good. Global trade around the world, that is good and necessary. But this can never, ever be done at the expense of people's dignity and freedom. Today, there are around 25 million people out there who are threatened or coerced into forced labor. We can never accept that they are forced to make products and that these products then end up for sale here in shops in Europe. So we will propose a ban on products on our market that have been made by forced labor, because human rights are not for sale at any price. And, honourable members, human beings are not bargaining chips. Look at what happened at our borders with Belarus. The regime in Minsk has instrumentalized human beings. They have put people on planes and literally pushed them towards Europe's border. This can never be tolerated. And the quick European reaction shows that. And rest assured, we will continue to stand together with Lithuania, Latvia and Poland, and let's call it what it is. It is a hybrid attack to destabilize Europe. We'll never tolerate that. These are not isolated events. We saw similar incidents at other borders, and we can expect to see it again. And this is why, as part of our work on Schengen, we will set out new ways to respond to such aggression and ensure unity in protecting our external borders. But as long as we do not find common ground on how to manage migration, our opponents will continue to target this. Meanwhile, human traffickers continue to exploit people through deadly routes across the Mediterranean. And these events show us that every country has a stake in building a European migration system. The new Pact on Migration and Asylum gives us everything we need to manage the different types of situations we face. All the elements are there. This is a balanced and humane system that works for all member states in all circumstances. We know that we can find common ground. But in the years since the Commission presented the Pact, progress has been painfully slow. And I think this is the moment now for European migration management policy. So I urge this House and the Member States to speed up the process. This ultimately comes down to a question of trust. Trust between Member States, trust for Europeans that migration can be managed, trust that Europe will always live up to its enduring duty to the most vulnerable and most in need. I know that there are many strongly held views on migration in Europe, but I believe the common ground is not so far away. Because if you ask most Europeans, they would agree that we should act to curb irregular migration, but they would also agree that we have to act to provide a refuge to those forced to flee. They would agree that we should return those who have no right to stay, but they would also agree that we should welcome those who come here legally and make such a vital contribution to our society and our economies. And we should all agree that the topic of migration should never be used to divide us. I am convinced that there is a way that Europe can build trust amongst us when it comes to migration. Meine Damen und Herren Abgeordnete.
Honourable members. Societies that are based on democracy and common values are based on solid foundations. They believe in people, and this makes it possible for new ideas to emerge and to bring about change, to overcome injustice. Trust based on these common values is what brought our founding fathers and mothers together after the Second World War. And it's precisely these values that brought together freedom fighters who tore down the Iron Curtain more than 30 years ago. They wanted democracy. They wanted to freely choose and vote for their governments. They wanted the rule of law. They wanted everyone to be equal before the law. They wanted to put an end to state espionage and spying and combat corruption. They wanted the freedom to be different from the majority, or as Václav Havel so beautifully put it, they wanted all of these wonderful, fantastic European values. This is all part of the humanitarian and religious heritage of Europe. It's part of what we are. And these values are now enshrined in our European treaties. All of us have committed ourselves to respecting these. When we became part of the European Union as free sovereign states, we undertook to defend these values, and we will never fail in this determination. Our values are guaranteed by our legal order, and the judgments of the European Court of Justice protect and safeguard these. And these rulings, these judgments are binding, and we will pay attention to these judgments being observed in every single member state of our Union. Because the protection of the rule of law is not just a wonderful aim, it's daily hard work and daily attempts at improvement. And this is all what we are striving for in Europe. And one example of this are the judicial reforms going on in Malta and the attempts to deal with corruption in Slovakia. And as of 2022, the reports on the rule of law will increasingly include specific and concrete recommendations to member state governments. Nevertheless, there is cause for concern in some member states, and one thing is very important to me in this connection. Dialogue always comes first. But dialogue is not an end in itself. It has to lead to something. And therefore, we are following a two-pronged approach based on dialogue and determined action. And this is what we did last week. And we will continue to do this. Because the right to an independent judiciary, the right for equal treatment for all before the law, these are rights that people have to be able to rely on throughout Europe, and independently of whether they belong to a majority or a minority. That is the soul of Europe, and this is what we have to defend.
Und meine Damen und Herren Abgeordneten.
And ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, the European budget is the future of the European Union expressed in figures, and it too has to be safeguarded. We need to ensure that every euro, every cent is spent as intended and on a legal basis, respecting the rule of law. Investments that are going to benefit our children in the future must not disappear into shadowy channels. Corruption doesn't just mean stealing from the taxpayer. Corruption doesn't just mean putting off investors, deterring investment. Corruption means that people with lots of money can buy all sorts of favors, and that democratic rules and principles can be undermined. And when it comes to protecting our budget, we will follow up every case with everything in our power, and we're going to get going on this without further ado. Ladies and gentlemen, if we wish to defend our values, well, when we defend our values, we are defending our freedom. The freedom to be who you are. The freedom to say what is in your head, what you are thinking about. The freedom to love who you want. But freedom also means freedom from fear. During the pandemic, too many women were robbed of this freedom. It must have been a particularly appalling time for people who could not hide anywhere, who couldn't flee from their torturers. So we need to shed some light in these dark corners. We have to find ways out of this suffering. People who abuse women have to be brought before the law, and these women have to be able to live freely in confidence. So by the end of the year, we will come forward with an act to fight violence against women. We're talking about effective criminal law rules and law enforcement. It's about everybody's dignity and the right to justice, which is part of Europe's soul that we will fight for. Honourable members, finally, let us look at one particular freedom that brings together all others, or gives a voice to all others, and that is freedom of the media. Journalists are coming under attack simply because they are doing their jobs. Some are threatened, intimidated, or beaten up. Others tragically murdered in our European Union. I'd like to name some names. Daphne Caruana Galizia, Jan Kuciak, Peter de Vries. Their stories may differ in the detail, but they have one thing in common. They stood up and fought for our right to information, and that's what they died for. Information is a public good. We have to protect those people who are creating transparency, and that is our journalists. And this is why today we are coming forward with a recommendation on better protection of journalists, and we have to put a stop to those people who are threatening freedom of the media. Media companies are not just any old company. Their independence is essential, and this is why Europe needs a law that secures that protection, and the Media Protection Act will do that, because if we are defending the media, we are also defending our democracy.
Honourable members, strengthening Schumann's European idea that I invoked earlier is a continuous work. And we should not hide away from our inconsistencies and imperfections. But imperfect as we might be, our union is both beautifully unique and uniquely beautiful. It is a union where we strengthen our individual liberty through the strength of our community. A union shaped as much by our shared history and values as by our different cultures and perspectives. It is a union with a soul. Trying to find the right words to capture the essence of this feeling is not easy. But it is easier when you borrow them from someone who inspires you. And this is why I have invited a guest of honor to be with us today. Many of you might know her, a gold medalist from Italy who captured my heart this summer. But what you might not know is that only in April, she was told her life was in peril. She went through surgery. She fought back. She recovered. And only 119 days after she left the hospital, she won Paralympic gold. Honorable members, please join me in welcoming Bebe Vio. Please stand up. Bebe has overcome so much, so young. Her story is one of rising against all odds, of succeeding thanks to talent, tenacity, and unrelenting positivity. She is the image of her generation, a leader and advocate for the causes she believes in. And she has managed to achieve all of that by living up to her belief that if it seems impossible, then it can be done. Se sembra impossibile, allora si può fare.
Well, if you something, you can do it.
And this was the spirit of our European founders, and this is the spirit of Europe's next generation. So let's be inspired by Bebe and by all the young people who change our perception of the possible, who show us that you can be what you want to be and that you can achieve whatever you believe in. Honourable members, that is the soul of Europe. That is the future of Europe. Let's make it stronger. Viva l'Europa!
Long live Europe.
Thank you very much, President von der Leyen. I now invite the speakers on behalf of the political groups, starting with the European People's Party Group, Manfred Weber.
Vice President Metsola, President von der Leyen, Minister Loga, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, debating the State of the Union means today to first focus on what the pandemic has brought. Not everything went well and smoothly, but all in all, Europe has managed the crisis well. No other continent has developed a vaccine in a better quality. No other continent has a higher vaccination rate. No other continent has shown more solidarity and willingness to help each other, and no other continent has provided other parts of the world with more vaccines than we have. All Europe is proud of our everyday heroes, the doctors and nurses, the researchers and many others, and we thank them for their contribution. The crisis, dear friends, began in China. In Europe, we found the solutions. We can be proud about what Europeans achieved in the past. Dear colleagues, when we look now what is in front of us, then there are two main issues. We are emerging stronger from the crisis, but this crisis has caused and left deep social and economic wounds. Many people fear for their existence, for their jobs. Only if we create jobs, then we can secure our prosperity and we can care about the weakest in our society, and we will defend the European way of life. Alongside the Green Deal, we are thinking as EPP that now it's also time for a jobs deal. And in addition to this, after Afghanistan, we really need now a common foreign and defense policy. Joe Biden is clear. The US is no longer a world policeman. But where is Europe? Russia and China are just waiting to fill the vacuum, and that would be fatal for the future. We would wake up in a world in which we and also our children will not want to live. That's based on these 2 points. I want to make very concrete proposals for what do we have to do now. Firstly, the rapid development of a vaccine was only possible because the authorities worked quickly during the approval process. That was the BioNTech founders told us. No blockades, but this speed is what we also need now in other fields of the research sector and in the investments for the climate protection. With an immediate action plan for cutting bureaucracies in the European Union, we should work together with all stakeholders to identify 300 EU regulations that we will abolish or simplify in the next 12 months. Secondly, for the production of an electric car, dear friends, only half the number of employees is needed. Many industrial jobs in the European Union are under threat. New jobs are urgently needed in today's European Union. International trade was and is a job machine. Why not now to pick up this debate with our American friends? Let us negotiate an EU-US trade emergency program on the mobility sector, on mechanical engineering in the digital economy, as soon as possible as a first step for a more broader comprehensive trade agreement. And only this will be the way to strengthen the Western economy, key industrial sectors, and together we can protect ourselves against China. The European Union and the US together represent 50% of the global economy. Together we can start a growth machine that benefits the whole world. Thirdly, dear friends, the pandemic has shown us how important the health sector is. The coming decade will bring a wave of innovation in medicine. We can beat cancer. I want Europe to create 10 million new jobs in the next 4 years with an immediate innovation offensive in this field. At the beginning of the digitalization 20 years ago, we as Europeans overslept the innovation on internet, and jobs were created in the US and in China. Today, neither the Chinese nor the Americans are ahead with the COVID vaccines, but we are. So let us use our know-how right now. Fourthly, defense. We and I fully welcome the initiatives from Ursula von der Leyen today, and also the decision of the Defense Council in Ljubljana. But what are we waiting for, dear friends? The Lisbon Treaty gives us all options if we want to create a reaction force. So let's do it, and let's do it now. And fifthly, dear friends, global responsibility. Every day, 15,000 children die of hunger worldwide. Every day. The everyday horror. And we hardly speak about it. The weakest suffer most from the COVID crisis. That is why we must reallocate and free up funds, dear friends, like we do it in Afghanistan now, to invest. We need to stop the silent and daily mass death on this world. And finally, dear friends, without law and security, the rest means nothing. That is why we stand for a robust application of the rule of law mechanism inside of the European Union. But that is not enough. Cross-border tax fraud, money laundering, and criminal organizations, mafia, make its way through our societies. And the terrorist threat is still high in Europe. Why don't we finally transform Europol not into a real European FBI? And the European Commission should present in the next 12 months a legislative package to strengthen security in the European Union. Ursula von der Leyen was clear that we can lead the world with the Green Deal. I want to put on the table that we have to have the same ambitions now for new jobs, for our international responsibility and for security. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. Now for the group of the Socialists and Democrats, Irache Garcia Perez.
Presidenta.
President von der Leyen, honourable members, a year ago we were holding the debate on the State of the Union in exceptional circumstances. We were considering major challenges, putting the brake on the pandemic, guaranteeing the provision of vaccines, historic investments to mitigate the economic impact, social measures to make sure no one was left behind, while at the same time we sought to strengthen our democracies from attacks which undermine the rule of law. Looking back, we can take stock of the position and see a positive picture. 70% of our people are vaccinated, and the digital certificate has allowed us to restore one of the fundamental freedoms of our union, freedom of movement. We've adopted Next Generation EU, and the money is starting to flow through to ordinary people, to families and firms. Within the Social Democratic family, we have consistently continued to stress that these investments have to be geared towards the future. We have to invest thinking in terms of a more sustainable economic and social model, a true pact for sustainability. The climate legislation is an important challenge if we're to achieve climate neutrality before 2050. Parliament managed to raise our greenhouse gas reduction target above 55% before 2030. And we'll ask the Commission to be more ambitious and fit for 55. As we can't be complacent. We've done a lot, but we're only halfway there. One of the things that still require creation is the health union. President von der Leyen, when you presented your policy guidelines at the beginning of your term, you promised a green social market economy. But sadly, those three elements are far from being in balance. And undoubtedly, environmental sustainability is where the Commission has made more progress with the whole artillery of legislation. It's a team effort led by Vice President Timmermans, and that shows that the collegiate approach works when you bring together all the ideas and energy of the members of the College of Commissioners. What we socialists find lacking is legislation to protect biodiversity. This summer's fires have reminded us how necessary this is, as the colleague reminded us. What we're concerned about is this imbalance amongst the three pillars of this new socio-economic model we want to build. The model has to be resilient and make sure we can maintain people's well-being with social cohesion and we have to be able to cope with a less stable geopolitical position. We have to strengthen the Social Climate Fund. In your report a year ago, the Commission said that a resilient Europe would emerge sooner and stronger from any crisis in pursuit of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. We mustn't forget that the goal of any policy has to be well-being of people. I don't think we've done enough on that front. The pandemic has worsened the inequalities of an unfair economic system. The most vulnerable sections of society have suffered the most, and still are. Older people, children, health and care staff, less highly trained people, migrants, and as ever, they're being used as scapegoats for populist and xenophobic messaging. We need to reform governance with indicators taking account of human development. We need a true social pillar. The Porto Social Summit was a first step forward, but we need clear goals to press ahead. And I want to underscore a fundamental element: gender parity. You made a lot of points this morning, President von der Leyen. May I say on behalf of my group that the Commission's announcement that you will come out with a law against gender violence in Europe is undoubtedly wonderful news. It's excellent. For years now, for years and years, we've been calling for this European legislation to fight the greatest scourge that exists today. Throughout the world and in Europe, women are dying. They're being murdered just because they're women, and we cannot stand by arms folded when this happens. And may I say to you that I still can't understand how in this House we can have groups who are not prepared to include gender-based violence in the European legal order. We're going to continue to work to ensure that that does happen. It's our moral duty, and talking about moral duties, migration and asylum policy is another urgent need. We can see what's going on in Afghanistan, and we can see that Europe needs to speak with a single voice in foreign policy. Let's be brave. We have to move beyond the rule of unanimity when determining foreign policy. And the state of law is crucial. Europe is made up of values, the defence of the rule of law. We have to be firm. The Commission has taken some steps, but it has to be bolder yet, and the Socialists and Democrats will be backing in that. Lastly, if you look at the convulsions with which the 21st century has started, Georges Sampaio, a great European and a great socialist, said he didn't know what the world would look like in a few years' time. He only hoped that, as he looked back, he would see that we had managed to preserve the values of democracy, fundamental rights, freedom and tolerance. He is no longer with us, but his struggle for those values is our struggle for today's Europe and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Garcia Perez. Next is Mr. Dacian Cholos for Renew Europe.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, we are now nearly halfway through our mandate that the European electorate conferred on us in 2019, and I have to admit that I am impatient. Of course, you're right to recall the achievements of the Union during the pandemic, a historic recovery plan we have to acknowledge, and a new role for Europe in the field of health. But these achievements were often forced on us by events, and on issues that solely depend on the force of will alone, I don't see you producing results. All too often you're engaging in diplomacy with Council instead of policy making with the European Parliament. Take, for example, European values, which are the foundation of our Union. A little bit, pretty much everywhere in Europe, we are seeing outbreaks of illiberalism. Judicial independence is being eroded, journalists murdered, minorities discriminated against. These outbreaks of liberalism need to be put out, Madam President, before the fire spreads. And that is your responsibility, and you have the means to do so. For the moment, I hear your words, but I don't see your deeds. And I don't see you, for example, using the rule of law protection mechanism that the European Parliament has called for in order to protect our budget and to stop financing these illiberal actions in Europe, you have to find the political courage to make use of this mechanism. That's why we adopted it. It's been in force for nearly a year now, and you haven't used it. And if you don't find that courage, Madam, we will remind you of your obligation to apply European law by going to the Court of Justice. Madam President, you are engaging in diplomacy with Council instead of policy making with us, and I think it's a mistake. On the Green Agenda, the Green Deal, and the climate package that we discussed at length yesterday, but also on the migratory package, the migration package, on the digital agenda, you need our help to get Council to shift. Your role isn't just to make proposals, but it's also to get results. And it's only in this way that it will be natural for people to trust Europe. And I'm impatient as well for you to bring life to the slogan of the Geopolitical Commission. This is a concept that you presented at the beginning of your mandate, and we really want to see this being realized. The events in Afghanistan remind us how much we need a genuine vision about our defense in all of this complex situation of the 21st century that you so well outlined in your statement. And it also reminds us to what extent our strategic autonomy and even our sovereignty are at stake. We have to affirm these so that never again will we find ourselves at the mercy of decisions taken in Washington, Beijing or Moscow. Charles Michel has realized how important this issue is, but I'm not quite sure if this is the case for the Geopolitical Commission. Perhaps one avenue to explore, Madam, would be to take the lead in the battle to vaccinate the part of the world that is not going to be able to manage on its own. Of course, we welcome that 70% of the adult European population is vaccinated in Europe, but how can we congratulate ourselves when only 3% of the population in Africa has received just one dose, at least? So we wrote to you last week to explain how our budget could be used to speed up the vaccination process in the poorest countries. That, Madam President, is an objective worthy of the Geopolitical Commission. And to conclude, last week, our group, Renew Europe, proposed to all pro-European forces in this House to enter into a coalition contract to renew Europe, for a Europe of values, for a strong Europe in an unstable world, and for a Europe that delivers results. My question to you, Madam, is simple. Do you want to be part of this coalition?
Merci. Merci, Monsieur Cholos. Merci, Monsieur Cholos. Je passe la parole maintenant.
Thank you, Mr. Cholos. Now I give the floor to Philippe Lamberts for the Green Group.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the summer we've just been through is meant that the European Union has to face up to its responsibilities on two major areas. First of all, the environmental reconversion. We've seen that on the other side of the planet there are ecological disasters, and that reminds us that it is urgent. The most recent IPCC report confirms this, and the worst fears are confirmed. We shouldn't be waiting until 2050 to deal with climate upheaval. We should be doing it today, here and now. We shouldn't foist these problems on future generations. We have to do something now. It's incumbent on us to do that. And we have to use our economic and political power as well as economic power to do that. Let's accelerate the implementation of this. Let's make sure that the ends that we want to achieve and the means to achieve them be applied better. The Olympic motto, faster, higher, stronger, should be something to help us achieve helping the climate. We've seen the Common Agricultural Policy proposal is deaf and blind to the social, climate and biodiversity issues, so that's exactly what we should not be doing. Do the right thing. Let's vote this cap down. When it comes to the Fit for 55 legislative package for carbon neutrality, we have to accelerate things, we have to raise the bar of ambition. Why wait till 2032? Yes, 2032 to tax kerosene. And why not have an objective of cutting our reliance on non-renewable energies? But we can see that fossil fuels are receiving millions and millions of public subsidy every year. And the Parliament wanted this to be stopped immediately, whereas the Commission is taking half measures and wants a graduated, progressive exit from that. But you have the cards in your hand, Madam President. It's a scandal. The whole credibility of the Green Deal is at stake. Let's not forget the environmental transition is not just showing solidarity, it's a question of making sure that if it costs more to produce sustainably and fairly, then let's help out with the tax systems. It's up to the Commission and the European Union to get out of this social and tax competition, which is infernal, to actually give ourselves the means to achieve this transformation. And that's true when it comes to taxing multinationals. Even the IMF says that we should be taxing capital. And what about those who are still reluctant to take action to help the climate because they're worried about jobs and the economy? Well, there are two things we can look at that. Either we're going to fail and there'll be no more economy because we won't be able to live on this planet as human beings, or we achieve this, and then the European Union has to be at the forefront of the transition because that's where the heart of our competitiveness will lie in the future. Otherwise, we will be reduced to having to buy up solutions that will help us from the rest of the world. After having lost the leadership in the digital domain, the European Union cannot fail on the green revolution. Let's move on to the second major area of importance, and that is making the European Union a geopolitical actor commensurate with its capacities, its ambitions. Following humiliations in Moscow, Ankara, and hardly less subtle in Beijing, we've now seen the most recent attack from Washington. The Afghanistan disaster provoked by unilateral withdrawal by the Americans has shown once again that we are impotent as Europeans. As you, Madam President, my thoughts go first and foremost to the Afghans, who have suffered war for 2 generations, are still now under the iron rule of fundamental Islamism. Our thoughts also go to all our citizens on the ground, whether they be uniformed or not, who've paid with their lives or their health because there's been a lack of strategic vision from their leaders. This disaster at least should give us an opportunity to leap forward, because the European Union could become a major world actor, but we have to give ourselves the resources to do that, and that means sharing sovereignty. It's only through uniting our vision and our powers that we as Europeans will be able to have influence beyond our borders. As individuals, our states, even the biggest amongst them, will remain dwarfs amongst the giant powers, both when it comes to politics and on the military side of things. Now, giving ourselves the resources means that we need to bolster our economic priorities, reinforce our autonomy. As a union, we need to realise that we're linked to our suppliers and our trade interests, not to mention our energy interests. And Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin are only too well aware of that. Now, giving ourselves the resources is also to bolster our statute as a standard-setting power. When it comes to the digital area, for example, we want to make sure that surveillance systems are helping us and not subjugating us. Giving ourselves the resources means that we need to invest both inside our borders and outside our borders as well, because we shouldn't allow our partners to feel abandoned by the European Union, and we have to make advances against any strategic rivals. We have to understand, how can we defend human rights, democracy, and the rule of law if we cannot have them respected within our own union? How can we get commitments that are up to scratch from the rest of the world on the climate if we don't meet our historic responsibilities? Then finally, giving ourselves the resources is about choosing dignity for the human race. Of course, the European Union is not alone in being responsible for those 85 million people forcibly displaced around the world, but there is a question of responsibility when it comes to climate change, when it comes to exploiting resources, when it comes to maintaining oppressive regimes in power around the world and armed conflict. So I was scandalised. Just a week before Kabul fell, 6 member states, including mine, had the indecency to insist on expelling people to Afghanistan. And I'm still scandalised today, Madam President, that the only concern of the 27 member states seems to be avoiding that any Afghan asylum seekers come to our European territory. So let's not trample underfoot our fundamental values or pander to autocrats like Erdogan. We will never be respected as a geopolitical actor if we do that. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, at the time of Brexit, we recalled again and again that the British government could not have its cake and eat it. It's high time to us as Europeans to apply that common sense to ourselves as well, to be a leader of ecological and energy transition, show solidarity, a respected actor in the world is something within our reach, as long as we roll up our sleeves and give ourselves the resources we need. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert.
And now to Jörg Meuthen on behalf of the Identity and Democracy Group.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, President of the Commission, for EU citizens, we don't want soothing words about the State of the Union, just another example of which you've just delivered us. If you look soberly at what we've done, it's just an orgy of spending money. This Green Deal, Fit for 55, the Recovery Fund, this just really means more centralisation and more absurd and pointless subsidisation for more red tape and democracy and telling citizens what to do. And this is all being done with the hard-earned money of the citizens through EU taxes and through the EU raising money on the markets, which was not provided for in the EU treaties for good reason. But this is actually a de facto socialist approach. But saving Europe is not enough. You want to save the world as well. You want to save the world's climate. What hubris! And you want to build up Europe again as if it had been destroyed by the pandemic. That was the case in the Second World War, but it's not the case now. But you don't seem to mind because you have an insatiable desire to acquire more power and more control over people's lives. Have you ever thought that the citizens of the EU just want one thing from the EU? They want to be left in peace. They want to keep their own hard-earned income instead of handing it over to this money-hungry administration in Brussels, instead of having it for their children, for their future. You're actually getting the most support from the left side of this House, but you should realize that in Germany a government of red socialists and green socialists is in the offing. So that will just inspire you to fuel the flames of your spending orgy. When you talk about deals, a deal would imply consenting parties. What you're doing is an unparalleled attack against the economic foundations of our continent. So Europe is on its own going to save the whole world, and yet the price tag for this incredible hubris is going to be paid by the citizens. We've seen how ridiculous it is to be getting out of coal and nuclear all at the same time. The German citizens have experienced this for themselves. So they've ended up with the highest energy prices in Europe thanks to Angela Merkel's approach. People can't afford to heat their homes or buy fuel for their car on their way to work. This is not a very good example for our neighbouring countries. The Green Deal, colleagues, is going to affect all of you. You're going to go through what we've been through in Germany. Madam President, you and Germany as well are at a crossroads. If you want Europe to be a prosperous, flourishing continent and at the same time achieve your objective of massively reducing CO2 emissions, you're not going to do this with some kind of planned economy experiments by the EU Commission or with any kind of pseudo-ecological projects by the Greens that will build wind farms all over our countryside. It won't work. We're just going to have blackouts and energy rationing. You'll only solve these problems through high tech, and that doesn't come from Brussels. High technology will only work as well if we make modern use of the latest generation of nuclear energy. So your whole plan is completely wrong. You are literally leading the people of Europe into a cold and dark future. Literally. Europe is not fit. Today, Europe is a sick patient. And, of course, it doesn't have the basic requirement for recovery, which is understanding what its problem is. All of the COVID policy or the catastrophic migration policy is all going down the wrong track. You've shown massive hubris and self-satisfaction in your speech, but this is not going to serve the purposes of the people of Europe. In 25 years' time, Madam, I predict that we will just look back and shake our heads in despair at the misguided policies that we're following today. And, you know, you don't need to have a crystal ball. You can just understand that if you look at the economic facts.
At this point, I give the floor to Raffaele Fitto on behalf of the ECR. Thank you, President of the Commission. I listened very carefully to your speech, and I think it's important, given the juncture at which Europe finds itself, to shed light on what's been done. You've mentioned next generation and the vaccination campaign, but it's also important to grasp Europe's problems by acknowledging what has not worked within the current European Union. During the pandemic, given the uncertainty of COVID-19, there was a lack of solidarity and unity. A selfish approach ensued, and it took a long time to tackle the problem. That should be recognised. We need to learn from this so that we can make better use of opportunities that arise. A sea change is required. Our group, as ever, is prepared to act not just with empty slogans, but palpable action, so that everyone's positions can be respected. The pandemic is still there. The international context is increasingly being characterized by major conflicts amongst a range of players. The new foci of instability posing challenges. That's why our continent must be in a position to respond. You mentioned health in conjunction with the socio-economic pillar. Well, structural policy must allow for a solid economic recovery, creating jobs and social stability. The resources in Next Generation EU have an important role, but they're not enough on their own. I didn't hear a single word being said about the Stability Pact, the elephant in the room. Nobody's talking about it as if there's no problem. But it's absolutely crucial, because if you change the mechanism while respecting the debt arrangements, will not solve the problem. Going back to 2 years before as if nothing had happened would be disastrous, and would mean that the policies you refer to would be very lacking in credibility. There have to be changes on state aid. That's led to increasing disparities amongst member states. We're becoming increasingly dependent on third countries for strategic resources. Now, all this needs to be tackled with an environmental and digital transition process, of course. We agree with that. And we can't just put our backs to the wall and indulge in empty rhetoric. But you have to assess the general conditions around the world and the impact on our industry and our economy, because otherwise we will harm it and we will not achieve the goals that we're all looking to achieve. Then the international issue of migration is creating an emergency. You talked about a migration pact. Well, there are three fronts here, a very different approach. First of all, there's Central Europe. There's hypocritical investment and resources, then relations with Turkey. Nothing's being done in the Mediterranean, though. Migration is being used for political advantage by Lukashenko. As mentioned, yes, I will wind up. I think it's important, lastly, to refer to the rule of law. We're prepared to tackle this. We're not interested in a federalist project emerging from the Conference on the Future of Europe. If you will respect the member states, then we're on board. But trying to isolate particular member states, starting with Poland, just shows that a majority is trying to impose its views on the others, and that runs counter to the principles of a union that should respect diversity and the competences of the individual member states.
Floor on behalf of the Left Group for Martin Schildevan.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. von der Leyen, you've presented to us today a lot of self-praise, but unfortunately many answers, and above all a convincing idea for a future development of the European Union, was still missing. This Parliament, 140 former heads of state and government, Nobel Prize winners around the world, more than 100 states, are asking for the patent waiver for the corona vaccine, because we've understood that the pandemic can only truly be overcome once the vaccine is available to everybody, including in the global south. When will the Commission give up its blockade to this waiver on the vaccine in order to protect the health of all Europeans and to avoid the further splitting of our society? The 10 richest billionaires in Europe, let me repeat those figures so you can contemplate them. The 10 richest billionaires in Europe during the pandemic have increased their net wealth by more than 180 billion euros. At the same time, 1 in 5 children in the European Union lives in poverty. And we know that the crisis has affected lower skilled workers, the self-employed, service providers in precarious jobs. They've lost their jobs. And I don't want them or the Southern European youth or pensioners to have to pay for this crisis. We should have a minimum tax for multinational companies which has teeth. We have to have a comprehensive financial transaction tax that could garner 40 billion euros for our coffers. Tax justice and combating poverty go hand in hand. When are you finally going to make both of these a priority of your work in the Commission, Ms. von der Leyen? In the West, we find ourselves following the defeat of NATO and Afghanistan in a deep crisis. The policy of military intervention and nation building has disastrously failed, and nevertheless Mr. Borrell, the High Representative, is doing nothing more than calling for more armament and more military solutions. Mr. Weber, do you not think that the money that you want to invest in the military wouldn't be better spent on combating poverty? The lessons from the disaster in Afghanistan cannot just be that the European Union works on a sovereign policy to work on developing policies, better trade policy, more effective climate protection and humanitarian migration policies. That's how we become a credible and strong actor in international relations. Ladies and gentlemen, to overcome the European stalemate that we see in politics today, we need a new beginning here in this chamber. And to you, Social Democrats and Greens, you are well aware that your ideas of better social security and more effective climate protection are not going to be gained with the current majorities we have in this chamber. Turning to the Liberals, you are well aware that your ideas of defending democracy, fundamental freedoms cannot be implemented if you continue to have to form majorities with those who cannot form clear borders to the right of their political spectrum. So let us work together on new majorities for social and climate justice, for digital transformation that leaves nobody behind, and for the bolstering of democracy that the Europeans well deserve. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Shudevan, I now give the floor to Tiziana Beghin per I membri non affiliati.
Non-attached members.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. President von der Leyen, Commissioner, colleagues, we'll shortly have to take important decisions for the future generations. The future lies in our hands. At the moment, the Five-Star Movement has a proposal. Let's meet Ms. von der Leyen and talk together with Giuseppe Conte, who made a vital contribution to the Recovery Fund. Let's establish how the Stability Pact can be turned into a Solidarity and Development Pact. We need sustainable development to save the planet from the environmental disaster. We need technological development to help our firms compete on the world market. And we need to develop rights, because in too many parts of Europe, they're being denied. The Commission can propose amendments to the budget to reflect the impact of the pandemic. We need a new pact to replace austerity with the word solidarity. Let's adopt a European minimum wage. Let's strengthen our common foreign and security policy, because our citizens can see our model as one to be followed by others. If Europe had only half the courage that amazing champion had, then we'd be halfway to solving our problems.
Honourable members, Madam President of the Commission. First of all, on behalf of the Council, I thank and congratulate President von der Leyen for her address, a strong and continued pro-European conviction, and her action in this moment when the EU is gradually recovering from the pandemic, but facing great challenges in terms of climate change and the international situation. You underlined strong soul is needed. Strong soul will be delivered from the presidency side. We continue to be guided by the Strategic Agenda 2019-2024, and in my view, the Slovenian presidency priorities fits perfectly well with President von der Leyen's address today. During our presidency, we are focusing in particular on building up health and cyber resilience, and also highlighting the need to ensure resilience to any type of crisis. COVID showed that in the time of crisis, internal market and the four freedoms come very fragile. Therefore, I believe that further strengthening of the single market must stay in our focus, and an unhindered functioning of the internal market is of key importance for the European economy. Regarding the health union, intensive work between the Council and the European Parliament is ongoing. The Council is working towards achieving final agreement on the 3 proposals in the package by the end of the year. We certainly need to use this political momentum and to show our citizens that together we are building a more resilient union that will be better prepared to cope with future health crises.
We are welcoming the HERA proposal published yesterday. I can assure you that the Slovenian presidency will make every effort to advance negotiation. We see the HERA proposal in complementary with the Health Union package. Ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity to thank the European Commission for a strong leadership in the past year that brought us to a point where a successful vaccine rollout has contributed to a stabilization of the epidemiological situation. Nonetheless, due to the vaccine hesitancy in many countries, as well as the threat of variants, we will need to remain cautious. Application of measures to curb the spread of virus will be with us for some time to come, as we need to coordination of COVID-related measures. We intend to continue to ensure a coordinated approach. Vaccine sharing with countries most in need is an important gesture of solidarity. As Presidency, we will therefore also do our best to contribute to an accelerated effort as regards EU vaccine donation to third countries. Dear members of the European Parliament, Prime Minister Janša addressed you in this hemicycle in July and stated that, I quote, "The most important thing for our short-term future is to stop the pandemic and recover economically as soon as possible." The virus had put a halt on social life and the economy for the greater part of 2020 and 2021. It is estimated that COVID-19 took away more than 5 million jobs in the first half of 2020. The EU economy has shrunk by 6%. Yet, in the second quarter of 2021, we see a remarkable recovery across the EU. This recovery must include the green and digital transition. Allow me to stress the proposal on digital services and digital markets. The Council is working on both acts intensively, and we aim to agree Council's position by the end of the year. As Mrs. von der Leyen stated today, digital is a make or break issue. The Presidency can only applaud to the announcement of building a new EU chip ecosystem and new Cyber Security Act. I would like to thank the Commission for the tremendous work on the Fit for 55 package. In a very short time, you presented a huge legislative agenda across EU policies and with far-reaching impact on our economy, industry and our way of life. All of this is also very important in light of our preparation for the COP26 in Glasgow. It is never easy to change our societal and economic patterns, even more so if this implies higher costs for our citizens. Therefore, the social consequences of this transition have to be properly addressed. So we complement the announcement of new Climate Social Fund. We will work together with the Commission to ensure that the Council swiftly endorses the necessary acts for the adoption of the national recovery plans of the remaining member states and the disbursement of funds. These are essential for recovery. Since the beginning of the Slovenian presidency, we have been able to approve 18 national plans. I'm convinced that this will provide additional boost for the European recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these topics, plus rule of law, strategic autonomy, global action, migration and asylum pact, European Defence Union, all these will determine our future and the future of next generation for decades ahead of us. This is why they are part of the Conference on the Future of Europe discussion, managed jointly by the European Parliament, European Commission and Council. We should be able to ensure that we engage with and listen to our citizens in search to answer the question in what kind of Europe they wish to live. These discussions should go far beyond the Brussels bubble and far beyond our capitals. I'm glad that First Citizens panel is about to kick off at the end of this week. It is also important that when debating the future of the EU, we also look beyond current borders. The process of enlargement is taking place. The region of Western Balkans has EU perspective. As Presidency, Slovenia pays special attention to the Western Balkans. The EU-Western Balkans Summit will take place in Slovenia in October. Enlargement should be one of the EU strategic priorities. Accession of the Western Balkan country should be part of our common vision. Finally, we welcome the Commission's letter of intent, which the Council will discuss next week, together with the annual foresight report. We are convinced that the report will be a useful tool not only for political deliberation, but also for finding proper expert solution to the issues that the world of today and tomorrow face. We look forward to continuing the fruitful dialogue among the three institutions on our common priorities for the next year. The Council will subsequently, in November, discuss the new Commission work programme with a view to the joint declaration on legislative priorities for 2022. Our joint programme can help us and our three institutions achieve results in a focused and targeted way. Let me reaffirm the Council's commitment to this process and assure you that the Presidency will continue to be a determined partner. Let me once again reassure that the Presidency possesses a strong soul, European soul. And if you ask me how to summarise today's State of the Union speech in only 3 words, I would say, together, resilient Europe, the exact motto of Slovenian EU presidency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Logar. I now give the floor to Daniel Caspary for 2 minutes.
Sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
colleagues, the Commission President has very clearly set out the situation. We have kept our promises. In the summer, all Europeans received the offer of a vaccine. The short-time working support has guaranteed jobs for thousands of families. We have created the Corona Recovery Fund. It's an unprecedented step, 750 billion euros to support people and businesses combat the consequences of the pandemic. You said, Madam President, this year, by next year at the latest, all states of the EU will be at least as strong economically as they were before the pandemic. And that is, of course, partly due to the fact that all the member states know that the Corona Recovery Plan represents a unique opportunity and that each member state will have to avail themselves of. But we see that the left part of this House want to keep all of these temporary instruments forever. The left want to introduce new transfers from rich to poor countries in a banking union where our German savers and investors will have to foot the bill for irresponsible behaviour in other countries. You are in favour of permanent loans being taken out by the EU. You want to turn the European Stability Union into a debt union. You want to take money away from some and redistribute to others and tell people what they need for them. What we want is something different. We want a Europe of solidarity, of freedom, and of assuming one's own responsibilities. A Europe that protects people and offers them opportunities. We want a union that is always shows solidarity in need, but rewards performance and asks people to take responsibility for their actions. And that is the difference between our stability union and your debt union. This is a debate that we will be continuing over the next weeks and months in this House, but it's also an important issue in the upcoming election campaign in Germany, and it's a point that we need to make clear to our citizens.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will now give the floor to Simona Bonafé, the floor for 1.5 minutes. Thank you, President. We are leaving behind us a period of months that have been difficult, but which have taught us a tough lesson. The pandemic on one side and the Afghan crisis on the other have once again shown us that the challenges of our age can only be confronted if Europe is united, solid, and shows solidarity, while being aware of its role in the world. A return to national sovereignty is simply an idea that is no longer legal tender. We're coming up to the halfway mark of this parliamentary term. The next 2.5 years will be crucial to provide some fresh impetus for Europe. We have deployed an amazing instrument, Next Generation EU, to get the economy going again. But that's just the starting point. We have to leave austerity behind us, and we need to reform our economic governance system, which needs an ongoing Eurozone fiscal capacity, and within the European semester we need to include the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Green Deal and the social pillar. Europe, if it's going to show more solidarity, cannot turn aside from the pain of the Afghan people, as we have been doing, with just having humanitarian corridors. We're seeing selfish movements which show that we can only move ahead if we finally have a true European foreign and defence policy. President von der Leyen, as we were saying, if something seems impossible, you can do it. So we're looking to you to show leadership to Europe. Thank you. Malika Zmani is the next speaker for 2 minutes.
Dear Madam President, dear colleagues, as we start a new political year, we look back on a turbulent summer. We are still coping with the corona pandemic. The American retreat from Afghanistan brought the Taliban back to power and fears back in the eyes of women and girls. We also saw flooding due to heavy rainfall and extreme heat on our own continent. This summer has reminded us there is still much to be done on geopolitics, climate, health, digital, security, our role in the world, and migration, to name a few. There is a need for a strong European cooperation. I think the coming political year should revolve around one word: deliver. Deliver on our role in a world that is increasingly unstable. Deliver on climate policies to cut down emissions, meet our climate target in 2050 and adapt to new climate situations. Deliver on digital. Deliver on security for our citizens and standing for our common values and the protection of the rule of law and democracy, using all instruments available. Deliver on migration to prevent people from taking dangerous routes that take them a long way from home and possibly a life in uncertainty. Deliver on revitalizing the European Union with the Conference of the Future of Europe with our citizens at its core. Dear Madam President, your Commission is almost halfway, and the next half must be about delivering. There is enough opportunity to do so, and today we call on you to do so. Not only words, but action and implementation. And in your introduction, you mentioned also that you already have delivered, but for a new Europe, it's not enough. But let me also turn to my colleagues. We, as European Parliament, also have to deliver to meet the expectations of our citizens. Last week, we as Renew published our roadmap in Paris for the coming months and extended our hand to all those in the European Parliament that want to deliver. Let me ask you all, are you ready to take that responsibility with us like a parliamentary majority and deliver on all of those important issues? We as Renew are ready, and it's time to deliver, deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask everyone to respect their speaking time, please. Now, Jordi Soler has the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam President, the pandemic has shown that when European institutions take the lead in facing common challenges, the EU can deliver results. Vaccine development and purchase, the COVID certificate, Next Generation EU, despite some initial flaws, what has been achieved so far is truly remarkable. With a terrible contradiction, though, that we now have millions of doses waiting in the freezers, while in many other countries vaccination has hardly begun, so we need to step up our solidarity. If we were to face all the big challenges with the same leadership and determination, then as a union we would achieve much more. And we don't lack challenges. For instance, many of our European companies are in a race against time to maintain their competitiveness despite growing demand. They face rising energy and raw material prices, shortage of components, unfair competition from third countries, and we cannot achieve the goals of the Green Deal without them. Let's support our industry with an ambitious strategy. Let's translate the strategic autonomy into something more than just fancy words. On another note, Madam von der Leyen, today the Catalan and Spanish governments are formally resuming negotiations on how to solve the ongoing political conflict between Catalonia and Spain. I know you will argue this is an internal matter, but we both know this is not entirely true. The EU should follow this negotiation and embrace it as much as it can, because in a democratic space, as we want the European Union to be, conflicts on self-determination require a democratic and negotiated solution. Other authoritarian-like responses have no place in our union. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicolas Bay for 2 minutes. Ms. von der Leyen, you graced us with an endless speech as ever on the State of the European Union, and we can see you're very pleased with yourself, but you're the only one who is. As far as migration is concerned, 2015 had already showed the failure of the European institutions. Today, the situation is ever more disastrous, and pressure on external borders is growing. Lithuania and Poland are facing hybrid aggression manipulated by foreign powers. They're responding with tough measures. Are you finally going to give them clear support rather than defending your migration and asylum pact, which adds a lax approach to your impotence? When it comes to Turkey, Europe is prepared to give Erdogan the upper hand. What those who think that the European European political model can be exported around the world have seen that that's a failure. We need to organise the hosting of Afghan regions in the surrounding region. In no circumstances must we allow them to come to Europe. We have to put Pakistan in the dock. Pakistan enjoys economic advantages from Europe, and it owes us something. You said that it's our responsibility to host Afghan refugees. No, your responsibility is to keep Europe and its citizens safe and stable. And I'm amazed to hear some saying that the Taliban are being inclusive and we might actually give Afghanistan some money. So the leaders in Brussels are prepared to talk to the Taliban, but they're trying to stigmatise Poland and Hungary. We can see the rule of law being used as a fig leaf to impose social ideas having an impact on people's health and family life. The measures taken against Poland and Hungary with this conditionality clause are showing that post-COVID-19 aid is being used to apply political pressure. You're already carrying out a political trial of Poland and Hungary, basically. The European Union is in a very parlous state.
Muito obrigado. Próxima.
Thank you. The next speaker is Beata Szydło. She has 2 minutes.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at what the state of the European Union is. well, we can say that the facade of the European construct is nice. It's been nicely painted, colourful, but within the walls there's chaos that reigns. And the European institutions are taking decisions again and again that don't fall within their treaty rights. We have to go back to the foundation of our common European house. The Christian values, tolerance, equality, all that goes with that. The President quoted Robert Schuman on several occasions, and I would say as well that the Founding Fathers deemed this foundation to be important too. Hence my question, on which treaty basis, but also moral basis, does the Commission believe it can punish voivodschafts and regions and municipalities who are defending Christian values? Which articles in the treaties allow the rule of law to be linked with payments from the common purse? Where does it say that arbitrary decisions by an individual official from the European Union can decide as to whether the legal system of a given member state is in keeping with European law or not, when that is the right and sole right of the sovereign member states? Because Europe is here for the Europeans. It's our European house. It should serve the Europeans, not the European institutions, which are trying to grab more and more of this European house. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is our colleague Sierra Rego for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. von der Leyen, I understand that you want to tell us that everything is just fine and dandy, but of course it depends on what your bank accounts tell you to see whether it's fine or dandy or not. I mean, maybe the pharmaceutical companies are happy with their profits. We are following an extreme right migration strategy, which is giving riches to the few and not serving our population. We're not meeting the Paris Accords objectives. Most people in Europe are not seeing positive results. People have lost their jobs. People who can't pay their electricity bills. Open arms. The NGOs who are fighting to save the lives of migrants trying to cross the Mediterranean, and those who are trying to stop climate change. Let us not congratulate ourselves on what has been achieved. Let's remember that the breeding ground for the extreme right is this inequality, this poverty, and this fear which has been provoked by the right-wing policies we've been pursuing in Europe.
Muito obrigado. Próxima.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tomasz Deutsch. He has 1 minute.
A közép-európai térség országaival fennálló vitáit Brüsszel hatalmi.
Brussels is having debates with the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, and then Brussels tries to decide this using force. That's not acceptable. Of course, we're talking about mainstream ideologies, and they look at us in a patronizing fashion with their colonializing ideas. They attack us. About 60 million Eastern Europeans are being attacked, but we don't complain. What Brussels is doing is you are abusing your power. You're trying to foist something on us. Your ideas about LGBTI rights, your ideas about the constitutional law and LGBTI values, and that really is undermining Europe. We love freedom, we love our homeland, and for us cooperation in Europe is much more important than it being undermined. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Próximo.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrzej Halicki for 2 minutes.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
President, our future, the future of the Europe we want to build, a strong, active Europe of solidarity. That's what our citizens are looking to us to achieve, and Europe has to be there for the citizens. Poles, as European citizens, also have expectations of action being taken on the climate. This has a particular impact for the younger generations, and we're looking for cooperation on health. There's more to this than just the pandemic and its consequences. We've set up a special committee on cancer in the European Parliament. These are things which are truly of interest to our citizens. But then again, there's the question of the rule of law. European funds have to be used according to the purpose for which they're intended. There has to be proper monitoring to make sure they get to the right end users. No national government should be interfering with the process. 80% of Poles, according to polls, see their future clearly as part of Europe. Because in Europe they see safety, security and the prospect of development. 88%, that was the finding. In the Polish Parliament, there's only one party with a slight majority, which it doesn't have in the Senate. Polish society wants tolerance, democratic values, and we want to take our place in Europe. That's the statement I wanted to make here. For the government too, I wanted to say this to the European institutions. We want a Europe with more solidarity. Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Pedro Marques for 1.5 minutes.
Pereira, dear colleagues, dear Madam President of the Commission, the Porto Social Summit was not a beauty contest. That means that from now on, we must take every chance to implement the social pillar objectives in Europe. We need a reduction of poverty to be at the forefront of European policies. Unfortunately, I have to say, I didn't see it high up in your priorities today. That is why this group is clearly calling for an anti-poverty law in Europe, with clear binding targets to improve the lives of millions of people. Is the Commission ready to respond to such a strong commitment, Madam President? Moreover, we need all resources we can get to fight poverty and inequalities. We need economic reforms and rules that push for green and social investments to pursue sustainable well-being for all. That is also why we pushed for the recovery plans to focus on the social conditions. The Commission must ensure that this is a true priority, because we were not in Porto for the photos or the beautiful weather. We were there to make a difference for the future. If you were also there for the same reasons as we did, this is the time to set your priorities correctly, Madam President. We want the end of extreme poverty to become one of your biggest endeavors. We cannot be clearer on this matter from the side of our political family. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stéphane Séjourné. He has 2 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President, colleagues, we're forced to note that the word crisis is part of our everyday language. We all use the words climate crisis, health crisis, diplomatic crisis. So we have a twofold responsibility. We have to show our citizens that Europe can rise to the challenge of these crises, and we have to go further to defend the European model. we did step up to the plate. We did launch the recovery plan. We've achieved our European vaccination targets, and the Green Deal that we're working on will make it possible for us to achieve carbon neutrality in 2050. And we also have stepped up to the plate, but we need to go further now, and we need to be more effective in defending Europe. Madam President, defending Europe means being intransigent to defend the rule of law. Defending Europe means having the means to finance ourselves on the basis of own resources. And I heard what you said, Madam, and we certainly won't accept any steps back from these commitments by the Commission. We also want to break the taboo of European defence in an unstable world. We want to have the means to carry out a just green transition, and we want to defend a European digital model which is democratic, which protects our data and which creates new opportunities for our businesses. So to sum up, defending Europe means defending a sovereign Europe. Madam President, we expect of you and of your Commission ambition and effectiveness, and our political group will stand by you. But I would turn to some of my colleagues in this Parliament, as other Renew members have, and call on all of those who are saying that we need to go further and faster, that we should follow through on this. The Nationalists, by the way, who are conspicuous by their absence in the debate, will take every opportunity to get organised together. So we too, we pro-Europeans, should also be more effective in our work. We need to go on the offensive. The Commission's job is to make proposals, but we as parliamentarians need to mobilise and form a coalition for the second half of our mandate. We have 2.5 years left, and we have a huge responsibility.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anna Cavazzini for 2 minutes.
Dear Commission President, ladies and gentlemen, today we're discussing the state of the Union, and to be frank, the state of our Union when it comes to the climate concerns me. The fact that in Greece there are towns and villages which are being burnt down and have to be evacuated, or that in Germany that the masses have to flee from floods, it shows us that we're facing a climate crisis now. President, you have promised to make Europe climate neutral as quickly as possible, and also you compared this with the humans landing on the moon. Well, this is all well and good, but if you've got the handbrake on, you're not going to make it to the moon. The leading climate scientists are warning that the 1.5 degree limit will be reached before expected. And so we cannot wait until measures are introduced by you come into effect after 2030, because we will be robbing the future of their freedom. Climate protection also requires us to assume global responsibility. Even though the Amazon is just about to collapse, the Commission nevertheless is still keeping to a trade agreement with the Amazon and helps to continue deforestation there. A Green Deal is not just pulling on the handbrake. I want to be clear here. These false words and double standards are not acceptable. We can do more. We have the Nobel Peace Prize. We've generated a single market. Let's review the single market to make sure that it works well. Let's leave fossil fuels behind quickly and have a circular economy that's genuine. And what goes hand in hand with our internal market is our supplies. We have to make sure that supplies are not based on climate destruction and human rights violations. That's why I'm very pleased that today you took on board our green demand to make sure that we are not importing anything that is a product of forced labour. We need to bring an effective end to slavery around the world. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jaak Madison for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam von der Leyen. The Green Deal and the Commission Fit for 55 package are what you are offering to save the world. I understand that the Commission may well genuinely believe that 500 million inhabitants of Europe can alone turn back the tide, but China and India and other states don't share in your Green Deal and your Fit for 55 ideas, yet the Europeans are paying for all of this. I think it will all lead to nothing, and it won't save the climate. As others have mentioned, recently in Estonia, we have reached new highs in electricity prices. If we keep on taxing kerosene and other fuels, it might be all right for members of this parliament or members of this commission. They'll be able to still afford airfares, but ordinary citizens will only be able to fly somewhere every 3 years or so because of the hike in prices this will entail, and it will also have an impact on our competitiveness. Ms. van der Leyen raised the idea of a European army. I don't want to repeat mistakes of the past. I don't think the European Commission should be deciding on the army. There should be something for the member states, and the Commission should keep its hands off.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jorge Mujer Villalba for 1 minute.
Gracias, presidente, señora.
Thank you, President. Ms. van der Leyen, despite your triumphalist discourse, there's no one to blame now. Electricity prices are shooting up. Costs are going up for firms. Now you've announced a new reduction target of 55%. Your proposals are not going to protect Europe's borders, and the mafia organisations are still going to be dumping people on us. You're not shouldering responsibility in the COVID crisis. You and China have been encouraging these investment arrangements which are destroying European industry. All you're trying to do is get more power in Brussels in this conference. And you preach to member states. You're castigating the Hungarian and Polish people, forgetting the Commission is at the service of the member states, not the other way around. Now you are talking to the Afghan Taliban, having painted a sorry picture in the eyes of global public opinion. You're taking this dirigist approach. We're still preaching in the desert, despite your jokes and your reproaches. We'll be out there on the streets. Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Nikolai Willumsen for 1 minute.
Dear President Ursula von der Leyen, you talk about the need for a socially just transition, but what is the reality? Tens of thousands of construction workers risk losing their lives in the green transition if protections against the deadly asbestos do not go hand in hand with the renovation wave of millions of buildings in Europe. I thought the Commission was committed to a vision zero of work-related death. But yesterday, I, as a rapporteur on the asbestos file, received this letter from the Commission warning against the lowering of the limit value, even though we all know this will save lives. Dear President, we do not need sweet words on a socially just transition. We need action.
Muito obrigado. Próximo.
Thank you. The next speaker is Grotos Papathakis for 1 minute.
Instead of the state of the inextricably anti-popular EU, I'd rather present you the real state of the peoples, who are without defense in the face of the pandemic, who feel the brunt of the shrinking public health systems, the dramatic shortages of staff. Precious infrastructure is sold out to the private sector for profiteering. And then we have the recovery fund, the quote-unquote green deals. All this is paid by the peoples at the end of the day, with working conditions from the Middle Ages, telework, redundancies, uncertain pensions, with quote-unquote green and digital taxes, with skyrocketing cost of living. And at the end of the day, governments like the Greek government pay at the end of the day with the people's money. And then they use this money to brandish the flag of war all over the planet, with or without the US and NATO, leading people to flee their countries. So growth for the many is a myth. It's growth for the few, suffering for the people. Only organized struggle can bring about modern people's rights, to upset the prevalence of capital and disengagement from the EU.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sigrid Muresan. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. President von der Leyen, welcome back to the European Parliament. Dear colleagues, over the course of the last year, we have made together far-reaching decisions. We have together overcome the most difficult part of the pandemic. We have together made decisions to help those people affected by the pandemic and to make sure that the European Union will be stronger in the future. Exactly 1 year ago, we had the will to act together, but we did not have the tools. We did not have a vaccine, we did not have an EU vaccination plan in place, we did not have a budget for the European Union for the next years, and we did not have a recovery plan in place. Due to our common action over the course of the last year, all of these elements are in place, and now we have these tools in place. Now we have to make sure that, particularly in helping the people and the economy recover, money from the European level is well spent. And I have, Madam President, 2 calls to make. Firstly, we have to think when and how we pay back the amounts from Next Generation EU, and we have to make sure that we pay these back without affecting the budget of the European Union in the future, without needing to tell farmers, students or researchers that we have less money for them. And the common answer which we have agreed, Council, Commission and Parliament, is to go for own resources of the European Union to provide stability for the financing of the European Union in the future. And this is why, Madam President, I kindly ask the Commission to make a proposal, as we have discussed, on a digital levy, on a carbon border adjustment tax, and on a revision of the European emission trading system soon over the course of the next weeks. And secondly, dear colleagues, we also have to progress with greening and digital. We cannot afford to put the transition towards the green economy on small and medium-sized enterprises and also on people affected by higher bills for electricity, specifically the most vulnerable citizens. Particularly in this global context of increased energy prices, I call upon the Commission, I ask us all together to make sure that we use all the instruments which we have at our disposal and create new instruments if needed to help the vulnerable citizens on this transition to the green economy. As during the pandemic, we have to be on the side of the people. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Ellen Fritzon, 1.5 minutes.
Herr talman, tack.
President, thank you very much. Thank you, President of the Commission von der Leyen, for your speech and important promises. Equality, a green and sustainable Europe for the future. That's how we, the Social Democrats, describe the world that we would like to live in. It's high time for the EU to step up the pace. The UN climate panel shows that the climate situation is worse than we thought. The EU's Equality Institute Institute has taken 60 years to achieve equality. My grandchildren shouldn't have to wait until they're 65 before Europe becomes equal. It's urgent. We need a quicker climate adaptation with more green jobs for all. 1 in every 3 women in Europe today does not have a job. We need to strengthen equality between the genders. A directive on violence against women needs to prevent women from suffering violence. Each member state needs to stand up for our common values, otherwise they shouldn't get any money. So freedom, security, equality. I want to see a green and sustainable Europe where people can believe in the future, and we need to act now. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Luis Scaricano, 2 minutes.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam President, dear colleagues, dear commissioners, the state of our union today is robust. We're in the midst of a pandemic which cost us so many lives, but the citizens did their bit to save lives. We made sure that our societies didn't stop, the people got vaccinated. And we did meet the challenge in the EU. Europe is useful to its citizens. It's come up with a response to the worst health crisis in a century. Now, we have 3/4 of our population vaccinated. That's more than in the UK and the US. We're seeing economic recovery. All European countries have fought with the same tools, the short-time working, guaranteed loans and direct aid to SMEs. Together we launched an ambitious recovery plan which will put our economies on a greener, more sustainable and more human path. In Spain today, there are many people who are alive thanks to the vaccines bought by the European Union. In Spain, there are many people who have kept their jobs thanks to the short-time working and furlough schemes financed by the EU. In Spain, many people will find work thanks to the recovery plan. We have managed to get off the ground. We are very lucky to be Europeans. And it's been shown that our model of open and tolerant democracy protects us better from any crisis than nationalism, populism, and so on. And we need to take firm steps against the pandemic still. We need to vaccinate the world. Let's do that. And let's make sure that Europeans can feel even more proud to be Europeans. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ernest Utasun. 1 minute. Madam President, I think in your speech it lacked ambition in 3 areas, which for the second part of your mandate, ambition in fighting climate change. The UN report has shown us that we're in the worst scenario, not doing enough, and yet in Brussels we are actually postponing doing everything until 2030. We need to do more and more quickly. Secondly, Afghanistan shows we need to make more rapid progress towards a geopolitical union, and I have to say that the proposal of eliminating VAT for the European defence industry is not the solution. We need to think about ensuring that our decision-making processes are more agile, with more involvement of the member states. The Commission needs to lead that. And then the third area is a new framework for economic governance. You didn't say much about that subject today. I do understand your prudence, but if we want actually to have a fair resolution of the economic crisis, we can't use the paradigm we had before, and deep reform will be necessary over coming months. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Next speaker, Harold Wilimski, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For the 11th time, we have the State of the Union report, and it's not just the title that's been copied from the US. We see that there is a development towards centralism like the model of the US. That is the attempt that is being made. This is wrong. Europe is a Europe of diversity, and we hear the same things over and over again about the climate. The European car industry is being destroyed, and then migration. And we've seen mistakes since 2015. More and more people are coming in as asylum seekers, but 3/4 of them don't actually need protection. So, State of the Union, it's a real breakdown, climate hysteria, a migration policy which takes Europe's identity away. Change your policy, then we will do better with the State of the Union. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Krasnodebski. 1.5 minutes.
Ale jak mi się wydaje, pominęła jeden fundamentalny problem.
There is one problem that was omitted. This is something that is of grave concern to us and may determine the future of Europe. There is a lot of doubts whether the Commission is acting legally based on the treaties. Article 13 says that every institution must work within the framework provided for in the treaty. However, we are witnessing the process where by Commission and Parliament are broadening their competences at the expense of member states, meddling with their legal systems. As far as it was only Poland and Hungary, we could have ignored it. We could say that these countries are not adhering to the principles of the rule of law. However, the same voices are coming from other member states. Michel Barnier, for example, talked about the legal supremacy that must be won over by France. This is not only an electoral trick, because Andreas Voskur from the Constitutional Tribunal said that the Commission and the Court are trying to build the federal state. It was confirmed and corroborated by others, also by German lawyers in the communication published in the German press. So there is no doubt that we are dealing with a great issue. Commission is forgetting that it is not a super government which is above national governments. We should deal with this issue, and we will be discussing this during the conference on the future of Europe. This is a great problem. This refers to the very architecture of the European Union. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam President.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Björk, 1 minute.
President von der Leyen, as usual, you paint a very nice picture of what Europe is doing, but that's not the case. We have a climate crisis. The scientists and young people, if you listen to them, are saying that not enough is being done. We need to do more, and we need to do it quicker. The left is also standing up for protection being given to those who flee. We do not accept the migration policy currently at play. And to those listening to us, I want to say that the left is the only group standing up against militarisation. And now we're talking about an EU army. Put the money into equality. That would be a better solution. And I also see that democracy and rule of law come right at the end of your speech. But those are the building stones for our future. It's time to get down to work. Companies should not be determining our future.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Martin Gilgizi. 1 minute.
Madam President, colleagues. Firstly, I would like to compliment the Commission for the extraordinary achievement of tackling the enormous challenges of the pandemic. Regarding our economies, the recovery facility proved to be a strong tool to ease the strain of member states. As the latest surveys show, a big majority of our citizens have faith in the facility, but 85% also expect transparency and effective control on the use of such funds. Now, in Hungary today, we have an authoritarian government that effectively uses European funds to deconstruct rule of law, the finance minister of which already openly speculates on leaving the EU if finances are withheld, while a two-thirds majority of Hungarian citizens are pro-European. These are the desperate cries of the crumbling regime. Madame von der Leyen, I listened carefully to your nice words on European values, but also heard the gobbledygook on safeguarding them. You have a clear mandate, you have an instrument, the rule of law mechanism, which is effective as of 1st of January. Please use it. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Dolores Montserrat. 2 minutes.
President, Madam President, the day of democracy is the best day to hold this debate. We've seen various crises affecting the EU over decades, and we have lost our loved ones. People have lost jobs recently. We've seen Brexit, nationalism. These are examples of false promises which make the present worse. We need to move towards a better future. We need to avoid opportunism and separatism. That weakens us. The Afghanistan crisis is a humanitarian crisis. It is a step back, and this should be a turning point for Europe. We need to focus on defending freedom in countries such as Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. We need to have a better response in external policy, and we need to make better progress in the field of defense. Otherwise, Europe will be vulnerable and dependent on other global actors. And we've seen exemplary leadership with vaccination. We have acted in a spirit of brotherhood. We need to be vigilant in terms of ensuring efficient and transparent distribution. We need a Europe creating opportunities and high-quality jobs. It'll be a challenge to reach an agreement on migration and to protect the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary. And we represent these values, but we need to have means to defend these values. Otherwise, we will be betraying our great legacy. We don't want the EU to end up as an empty shell which cannot offer a better future to our children. The EU must continue to be in the vanguard, in the forefront in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Biljana Bojan, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every crisis presents an opportunity as well, but only if we have the courage to do great things. Our recovery plans obligate member states to invest into digital infrastructure and sustainability. We must use this opportunity to develop new economic models, which will in turn create new, better and more sustainable jobs. However, we must not disregard the social dimension of the recovery, because in most EU member states the prices are rising while the salaries remain the same. We must not forget that some have largely profited in this crisis. Large multinational companies, notorious for not respecting the rights of their workers and our right to privacy, have gained big money. However, they are still skillfully avoiding paying tax. It is unacceptable that digital giants are paying a tax percentage which is multiple times lower than that of, for instance, SMEs. We must strike a global deal in order to do away with tax havens. We cannot allow that big players are not made to pay over 825 billion euros per year, while our citizens regularly receive warning letters. Citizens should not be the ones to pay for the consequences of the crisis. To conclude, this crisis has shown that there is no going back. There is no going back to austerity measures. The share mechanism has proven to be very successful in fighting unemployment. EU rules should be revised in order to reduce disparities between the rich and the poor. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Michal Šimečka. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam President. I want to say that you're indeed right that the EU has weathered the past year better than many had expected. We caught up on vaccination rates with the leading countries around the world, and our economic recovery is underway. Of course, we still have ways to go to defeat COVID both in Europe and abroad, but the EU has indeed proved many of its doubters wrong. Looking ahead, though, what myself and many of my colleagues are especially concerned is the continuing democratic backsliding in several member states. President von der Leyen spoke about various ambitions that the EU should pursue, from healthcare to military capacity, from climate change to social policy. And of course I support all these ambitions, but the success of any of these future projects relies on a shared bed of principles and values. None of these programs that the President outlined will be successful, will work well in the long run if the European Union turns into a disjointed club of democracies and other regime types. Because the trust we need, the mutual trust we need to sustain these initiatives, and of course the shared sense of purpose to drive them, will evaporate if this is not the case. Because what we're seeing today, the suppression of critical voices, state-sponsored hate campaigns, attacks on independent institutions, all of this suggests that some of our members of our community are increasingly drifting away. And the EU, of course, must recognize that the orchestrators of these illiberal developments are first and foremost government's elite, while citizen support for the EU remains very high in both Hungary and Poland. This is why the European Commission needs to take action as we have called for. It needs to put a fight for its values. Because if we don't, we will never have the political strength and the cohesion to move forward with these ambitious projects. Therefore, President von der Leyen, rule of law and democracy is not just another agenda among many. It's not just another box to tick, not just another paragraph in a speech. It's a precondition for anything else we want to do together. Thank you very much.
Obrigado. Próxima.
Thank you. Next speaker, Salima Yenbu. 1 minute. Thank you, President. Madam von der Leyen, Jean Monnet wrote that humans only accept change when they're required to, and that's only when there's a crisis. We have such conditions now, so it's a time for change, Madam der Leyen, but also for audacity and courage. Let's take a look at the European project. It was very daring, but it required people to listen, to dare, to change, and I think that's what we need now, and for you to surprise us and yourselves. You're not on your own. The European Parliament will support you, but will also criticise. The Conference on the Future of Europe is a contribution which moves more towards more Europe, and I am open to developing an inclusive green European identity along with our young people and to launch future cultural diplomacy which will rival that of China and the US. Please, Madam von der Leyen, be our Jean Monnet of the 21st century. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Herolf Annemans. 1 minute.
Mevrouw de commissievoorzitter, u hebt hier vanmorgen breed...
Madam President, you've set out at length that the EU wants to extend its powers, take more powers from the member states. It's no longer cooperation, it means one single state. Now, we're talking about 116 parties from all our nations. We're representing the freedoms of the European people. We're in favor of European cooperation, but it has to be cooperation. We shouldn't get the feeling that people's rights are being slowly taken away, their rights to decide on their own future. The European Union is the playground of radical forces wanting a Europe without nations. We believe in a Europe of nations on the basis of respect for history and specificities and the values uniting our nations, but we don't want to...
Thank you. Next speaker, Het Bourgeois. 1 minute.
Mevrouw de voorzitter, u zet heel terecht...
Madam President, you quite rightly said that we need structural reforms, 5G, but the whole single market needs to be completed, particularly with a view to our SMEs. We need subsidiarity and diversity to be put at the core of your policy, and I've heard nothing about that. Citizens want their jobs to be protected. It's good that you're talking about cybersecurity, but we also need a proper functioning migration pact and instruments against dumping. We need the EU to be a global actor. We need to be the engine of multilateralism. We need more free trade agreements, and we need to be players for freedom and stability.
Yes.
Thank you. Next speaker, João Pimenta Lopes. 1 minute. Madam President, we've had a testing year. When faced with the pandemic, we've seen the defense of pharmaceutical companies, even when it came to trying to lift patents. Now, European funds are used, but conditions are set by the EU rather than depending on the challenges and problems that the member states have, even countries with deficits like Portugal. Then we have the Stability Pact. What we should be doing is ensuring that we have better public services, particularly in health. We would like to derogate from this pact. Now, convergence on backsliding is something we don't want. The green transition does require deindustrialization, but also more jobs. We need a CAP which includes fair involvement of all whilst increasing production. But our policies, unfortunately, don't seem to be serving the people, particularly the people of Portugal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Clara Ponsati Obiols. 1 minute.
Obrigado, Presidente. President von der Leyen, thank you for speaking so eloquently of the Union's challenges with the rule of law. Too bad that you were not very precise, but I presume you were referring to Spain. Yes, Mr. Sanchez is not talking of dialogue. Yes, 9 political prisoners are finally home after years in jail, but the prosecution of Catalan dissidents, including state espionage of political opponents, goes on unrelenting. Yesterday, it was announced that 13 activists will have to stand trial on accused terrorism charges that are totally fabricated. So, what is Mr. Sanchez's proposal? Political and cultural repression, economic suffocation, submission. But the Catalan people will not give in to fear. On Saturday, hundreds of thousands marched on the streets of Barcelona. Their message was loud and clear. We Catalans have the right to self-determination, and we voted to be independent on October 1st, 2017. No other political movement in Europe mobilizes popular support and has the resilience of the Catalan cause. In spite of Spanish repression, in spite of the institutions of Europe indifference, we shall overcome. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, François-Xavier Bellamy, 2 minutes.
Madame la Présidente, vous avez...
Madam President, you gave a lucid diagnosis and a roadmap. You spoke about the independence of our countries vis-à-vis Asia. You talked about protecting health. We need to protect ourselves against future crises, which will come when we least expect. Now, the multiplication of climate standards will mean that we'll get more imports from China. The taxonomy will mean we'll depend on Russian gas. And a Commission study shows that its own cap will reduce production, which will be a disaster for our farmers, for our agriculture. Now, you want to stop products of forced labor being marketed in Europe. Why are you signing an economic agreement with China, which still hasn't ratified its ban? You seem to show powerlessness vis-à-vis migratory flows. What about the Frontex mission? You're talking about your support when it comes to migration, but millions are going to Erdogan, and Commissioner Johansson said that the Commission did not finance walls or barriers. Now, we listen with interest to what you were saying about VAT exemption for the defence industry, but there are major difficulties for funding that sector, and the European Directive on Working Time creates major legal insecurity for all the European armed forces. And a word for youth now. They have been sorely tried, and it's a bit of a shame to call 2022 the year of youth after the 750 billion of debt handed down to our young people the year before. We need to have the means for Europe to master its destiny.
Next is Marek Belka for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Madam President, the last 2 years were a testing time for the European Union. But here we are still standing. However, the next year must bring us decisions on various important topics. First, how to reform Stability and Growth Pact. In the short term, we still need to address the health, social and economic consequences of COVID. Yes, we must return to stability criteria, but this requires a transition. A premature withdrawal of stimulating measures will only harm our economies. In the long term, the fiscal rules need to change so that they will not kill investment and growth. We have a pandemic behind us and digital and climate transition ahead. An ambitious focus on a digital and green revolution needs flexibility in the rules, and this is what we will insist on. From the trade perspective, we expect the Commission to be engaged in the process of reactivating the negotiating function of the WTO, ensuring the proper functioning of the dispute settlement mechanism, and making sure that we can better address future value chain distortions. Finally, We insist on the introduction and implementation of the mandatory due diligence rules aimed at all companies in the EU market which actions cause harm to the environment, workers and human rights. The upcoming year should bring us change. We hope that with this Commission it will also have a social dimension at heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Belka. Next is Dita Sharanzova for 2 minutes. Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. This has been an incredibly tough year, but we are now seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and looking to our economic recovery. We need to get back on our 2 feet and regain competitiveness as soon as possible. We now have the money, but the policies we adopt and the kind of business environment we create will determine how we emerge from the crisis and how quickly. The approach we take on digital and climate transitions are key. While we shape this new digital decade, we must be careful to avoid over-regulating, which will just hold our companies, especially SMEs, back. We need them to be free to innovate and thus grow. We must fight the isolationism, protectionism tendencies in the name of European sovereignty. We can be strong and open to the world. We can have strategic crisis reserves, but still be open to free trade and open industry. Without a global alliance, we will just fall more behind other world powers. Now is not the time to hide, but to get into the game. We all want to protect the environment, but we have to take into account the impact on the lives of our citizens. It was a mistake to include private houses in the ETS, and we need to fix it. The policies we adopt in Brussels must be about making lives better, both for our citizens and our businesses. We must make policy with and for our citizens, not against them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sharanzova. Next is Bas Eickhout for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam President, for your State of the Union, which had quite a lot of good proposals. But of course, in 1 minute, I will have to focus on the criticism. You will understand that. First of all, on the Green Deal, you probably still have to explain your own group that the Green Deal is the jobs deal. They still don't get that. So work to be done there as well. But also in your own college, I have the feeling that some of your colleagues are feeling a bit like, oh, after Fit for 55, our work is done. The work is only beginning. And for example, on state aid, we do expect also that here the Commission is delivering, so I'm looking also at Madam Vestager for that. On corona, vaccination, it was a bit too self-congratulatory, because the global vaccination, that is our key challenge now, and here COVAX is not enough. Mentioning a State of the Union without using the word patent is a bit of a problem. And last point on the rule of law. You absolutely had good words on that, but now you have to apply the instruments that you have since the 1st of January, because the rule of law is really our basis of a European Union with the soul that you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eickhout. Next is Peter Kofod for 1 minute.
Tak for det, formand.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Your speech dealt with an EU strategy for military forces, cooperation in the EU, and financing proposals which lead to EU own resources and taxes, though they weren't described as such in your speech. I think we need to be very thorough here. The Commission wants to intervene even more when it comes to asylum seekers we didn't invite and we don't want. You were talking about trust, President of the Commission. Yes, indeed. But I don't trust the Commission, the President, and the whole system, because we see a policy which is creating chaos, and migration cannot be stopped.
Adesso do la parola a Carlo Fidanza.
Carlo Fidanza has the floor now.
Grazie.
Thank you, Madam President, President van der Leyen, who I can't see. Let's move away from dreams and let's move to reality. The idea of a common debt to finance the recovery is a good idea, but the delays and the political conditions working against governments that don't give in to the diktats of the Commission is bad, as is the attempt to do away with austerity, which could mean the recovery is not a success. What we would have wanted was more impetus for the real economy. Instead, what we have is a green ideology of the Green Deal, which will be unsustainable for our companies and make us more dependent on China rather than moving to strategic autonomy. Defence of external borders instead of uncontrolled migration would have been better. Instead, what we're seeing is very few returns and records of arrivals. Internationally, after Afghanistan, all we have is a flow of refugees and we have more fundamentalism. We need a different Europe, doing less but better, respecting the sovereignty of national states. That's the only Europe that will actually work.
Dimitrios Papadimoulis, for 1 minute, Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In order to achieve the objectives that Ms. von der Leyen outlined in her presentation, we need to be bold in what we do, not only words. 5 priorities. Serious changes in the Stability Pact for deficits and debts in order to strengthen social cohesion and to avoid a new debt crisis and savage austerity in the South. Bolder measures and more funds to reduce social inequality, disparities which are increasingly and dangerously growing. Stop tax evasion of big companies, more ambitious objectives in order to deal with climate change as science requests, and a stronger community budget with new own resources. Fine words are not enough. We need bold deeds. Thank you.
1 minute.
Wussten Sie wohl nicht, Frau von...
Didn't you know, Ms. von der Leyen, that the speech on the State of Union aimed to give us a realistic picture of the EU? That was the idea. But look at we have the fact that we have Slovenian presidency, 3 countries accused of corruption, 4 million unexplained money on a private family account. So the EU seems to be a way of shifting tax money to the private economy. The State of the Union would be best described by saying that in Germany we don't talk about the EU, but in the EU talks about Germany. I do apologize to all citizens that the interests of the German economy have been destroyed, and I'm sure this will continue to happen in the coming decades.
Eva Majdel for 2 minutes.
President, I should like to thank you for your speech. I think that Europe now needs to be visionary, but it also needs security and stability until it manages to leave behind the different crises in which it has found itself. As you have said, crises have always been our strongest allies because they make us develop. They give us a painful signal of our mistakes and of what we need to change. This is how we have created many of our institutions which have made our union stronger today. But my question is, did Europe learn its lesson of the refugee crisis of 1915? Have we forgotten what that crisis had inflicted on our union? Have we forgotten the fears it embedded in our societies? Have we forgotten it turned into a fuel into the engine of extreme populists? After 2019 and the elections results, we seem to have forgotten this. After what has happened in Afghanistan, all these unlearned lessons may turn into a tremendous failure for Europe. Now we are welcoming people who are much more foreign to our culture, but who need much more protection. So we need to assess who can be accepted and who cannot. Our borders can become borders under tremendous pressure, but have we protected them? We need a real border protection from Frontex. States like Bulgaria, Greece, Malta will again face the major inflows. Have we changed the Dublin regulation in order to distribute more evenly the burden? Will Bulgaria, Greece and Cyprus again turn into the wounds of Europe? Do we have a plan? Europe will look unserious unless it learns from its own experience, and I hope all the institutions will do that.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, since 2019, your Commission has made important steps forward with the Green Deal and the health strategy, and we would welcome that. But the pandemic isn't just an isolated health crisis, as you know. We're in the heart of a meta-crisis of the capitalist system, economic, social, environmental, political crisis. The major challenge is to solve these crises, and that will only happen if we start questioning everything and if we act resolutely, because there are limits and constraints on the planetary resources that have to be taken into account. Our group in Parliament has already put forward a first series of robust political proposals, including reform of tax rules, social rights, human rights, genuine transformation of the way in which we live and assess our lives, not just basing everything on GDP, but on well-being. But we also need to reinforce the strategic autonomy of the EU, and the multilateral trade system also needs to be reformed through the WTO. We need a genuine transformation of our food and agri-food systems, as well as our economic and social and environmental systems. That's how we will have equality between men and women. We need a world agenda for the SDGs of the UN to be put into place, and it's based on that whether our group will decide whether the Commission is up to the task facing both Europe and humanity as a whole.
I now give the floor to Vice President Nicola Beer for 2 minutes.
Europe can keep its head above water, yes. It can make contributions to solve crises. Yes, it can do that, but that's not enough. Europe is too slow and often takes circuitous routes. Europe, we must get better. This is what people want in this united Europe. The pandemic has shown that Europe is not going under, but Europe is not doing anything world-changing or groundbreaking. That we need to change that. Commissioner von der Leyen, we need to move from being a crisis manager to the political avant-garde of the West. That needs to be our ambition. The foreign and security policy debacle in Afghanistan has showed us mercilessly how helpless Europe is, and not just there. In the eastern flank of Europe, Putin is flexing his muscles together with a Belarus regime which has nothing to lose. That shows us that in terms of foreign and defense policy, Europe is at the side table. We need to move from being a union of speeches and announcements to a union of actions. We need to achieve genuine strength. Now or never, it's the time to formulate this political compass, this political new start, and we need to implement it. We need to do this in the Conference on the Future of Europe. That should not be an end in itself or a job creation exercise. It is urgent and it is a priority. Being forgers of talent through innovation, education, research, and manage migration of skilled labour. And we should be the number one for sustainable and competitive industrial locations. We need to find a European answer to China's appetite for power and influence. We need to be a human rights advocate to be taken seriously. Let's tackle the reforms, if necessary, with treaty changes. Let's take these possibilities. Let us change the world in word and deed.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, 2 years ago, I was hoping that the term of this Commission would be time for development and not the time for maintaining status quo, that it would be the time of civil society and the people of science and not the time of lobbyists. The list of tasks is long. Violence against women, the rights of LGBTQ people, and the climate catastrophe. This catastrophe calls for ambitious objectives and quick actions. For 2 years, people of science, researchers, have been calling upon the Commission to do so. Europe must be courageous. Dealing with transport, with energy sector, does not call for courage. The courage is necessary to state that also agriculture is to blame. We need courage to stand up to the meat lobby, and we should really start the real reform of the common agricultural policy. If Mr. Timmermans and Mr. Wojciechowski lack this courage, then maybe they should resign. We don't have time. Thank you.
Adesso la parola a Marco Zanni per 3 minuti.
Marco Zanni now, 3 minutes.
Grazie.
Thank you, President von der Leyen. We listened carefully to your speech, and I will try and bring out the points you made. First of all, the most urgent issues, the response to COVID and the economic crisis. I think there's too much complacency in the Commission's words, in the words you used. I wouldn't describe today's situation as a success. There has been a change of direction. Of course, you came to us, to this Parliament in January, acknowledging mistakes, but today not enough has been done. We have to thank the states who have really set the machinery in place for vaccination, which isn't really the merit of the European Commission. Correcting a course is really something to think about rather than be complacent about. And then when it comes to economic recovery, you talked about the next generation EU. Let's look at what it is. The first funds that came in a year and a half after the crisis. Time has been lost, and we're a long way behind in terms of jobs, of getting back to pre-pandemic levels. And then there's a new subject, defense. You have launched a project which will be discussed. I think the Western forces already exist in NATO. You cannot do without the UK and cooperation with the USA. There's always the problem with money. All too often, we've benefited from the umbrella of our American allies, and the states haven't done their duty to invest in defense. And you are former defense minister. I'm sure you're very well aware of this on the green issues, the Green Deal. A lot of work has been done on this. But I think we've had enough of ideological approaches. We need pragmatism. The transition that the Commission has constructed is a transition for the wealthy. It's not the right one. It's not an ecological transition, which, well, it should not be weighing on the shoulders of the least well-off. And President Timmermans is number 2 in your commission, which you talked about as a political commission. Now it's the politicians who have to decide how to redistribute the costs of the transition. Now, on subjects of the future of integration, we're discussing this today. We are all aware that there is a need to reform the union. People have different ideas. May I make a suggestion? I think we've had enough of forcing the citizens. We need to convince and persuade the citizens. You cannot push forward a political project by forcing the citizens.
Hel Dambaski for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President of the Commission, colleagues. The State of the Union can be described in one sentence. It would be comical if it was not tragic. We have a few crises facing us: migrants, economic and health. Instead of solving them, the Union deals in economic lobbyism called Green Deal and issues calls that are against the traditional family and something new and something revolutionary. In this, Mr. Timmermans, congratulations for your mask. It shows that you care for the truly important issues. While the European Union is dealing in this, our competitors are developing and making progress. In China, the factories are working and are selling us cheap, and they're attracting our own working force. This happens because when there are weak politicians, they create difficult times, and the policy you're leading, Madam President, is weak. You cannot choose the prevalence of law. We cannot give promotion to human rights. This union will become strong if it goes back to its roots, the Christian family, zero migration and protection of self-identity. Thank you. Now.
Citizens, Madam von der Leyen, your report on the status of the basic and fundamental rights of our citizens is contrary to the actual situation. During the past 80 years, since Nazism, we've never had such a situation where fundamental human rights are being trampled upon. Freedom of movement, right to work, the right to prevent medical tests and experiments on 500 million of EU citizens. It is the right of every citizen to make decision about his health, his life, and his freedom of movement. We have gone back on several centuries of development of medicine. Now we request medical certificates, meaning that those who are vaccinated have freedom of movement, although they can infect others. This is crazy. You need to put an end to it. Thank you.
President Metsola, President von der Leyen, the speech from the President of the Commission does show the differences of the European Union. It was a positive speech, it was optimistic, it was encouraging. It has the support of the EPP group and the Portuguese members of that group. You strongly defended rule of law, particularly when it comes to funds, when it comes to the budget. But it's not enough to guarantee that funds are dispersed when we have respect for the EU's values. We have to guarantee that those funds are well spent, well dispersed, that they won't go to mega projects, to vanity projects, that they go to clientelist interests. And that's why it's so important that we have control of funds to ensure they are well spent. We have a plan to relaunch the economy, to relaunch companies, to provide opportunities to young people and to increase intergenerational solidarity, not to prop up the operating expenses of the budget in certain countries, including my own, and not to be used as an electoral campaigning weapon, as happens in my government. The European Recovery Plan isn't a national one, it's a European plan for all Europeans, and the European Commission needs to pay attention to this, ensuring funds are properly used for the digital transition, for the green transition, for the modernization of economies, and therefore for prosperity and for growth. And here, Madam President, a great deal of attention needs to be paid to a vital point. At this point in time, the price of energy is unacceptable for companies and for families. We need an ambitious green transition. We need an ambitious digital transition, but it has to be socially sustainable. And we hope for that as Europeans, as companies, as individuals. We support the Commission in its efforts. Thank you.
1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Madam President, Commissioners. In the last 1.5 years, we all lived under the dark shadow of COVID-19 crisis. But Europe withstood it. We did fairly well. However, now we're entering the most important period, the period of delivery, because we have an unprecedented instrument in our hands. This is the Next Generation EU Recovery Package. But we need to work hard in order to make it a success. And there are 3 major criteria and preconditions to make it happen. First, we don't need to come to the situation before the crisis. We need the recovery to lead to a sustainable development, economy and society for Europe, both environmentally and socially. Second, if we want the green and the digital transitions to be successful, we need to provide the tools that it is just. And we need resources in order to make the buffers and protect those who will suffer. Thirdly, rule of law and democracy are of paramount importance for the socialists. You now, as Commission, have all the instruments to provide them in the use of the resources of the fund. So please use them. If we follow these 3 preconditions and criteria, I think that in 1 year we shall be even more optimistic about the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Sophie in 't Veld for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President von der Leyen, you have today presented a list of ambitious plans, but in its current state, the European Union cannot deliver. We support most of your plans wholeheartedly, but intergovernmental Europe is sclerotic and paralyzed, and the European Council has become the graveyard of many crucial initiatives. Migration Pact stuck. Geopolitics, Europe is a midget. Rule of law, talk, talk, no action, and Europe is quietly but steadily losing ground in the global economy. The Green Deal is a great plan, but national governments have already started to unpick it. You mentioned rightfully the lack of political will, but let me finish that sentence for you. The lack of political will of the national governments. And yet the Commission is making itself the most loyal servant of the Council, while Community Europe has been losing ground. But dear colleagues, let's also look at ourselves. If the Commission is cozying up to the Council, it's because it smells where the power is. And it is up to this House to restore the democratic balance, the separation of powers and checks and balances. Parliament should not just be a good legislator, but also take its tasks as parliamentary watchdog more seriously. Because our ambitions, the ambitions that we share, cannot be made reality with a limping democracy. And this House has therefore to drastically up its game in the next couple of years, because only a strong political union can take Europe forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. in 't Veld. Next is Sven Giegold for 1 minute.
Pardon.
Frau Kommissionspräsidentin.
President of the Commission, colleagues, Europe's Green Deal is without any doubt the greatest climate protection programme that an EU Commission has ever proposed for a whole continent. But after this crisis summer, we need more speed and more ambition. These are central problems. The problem is not a lack of notifications from Brussels, but a lack of action on the part of member states. Looking at Germany, I see a great gap between German ambitions and European ambitions in climate policy. The German government wants to postpone measures. It has not implemented the text on renewables, and with Nord Stream it's going the wrong way. So Germany is putting the brakes on Europe's climate policy, and that's why for European climate protection we also need a German federal government that can act for climate protection.
Thank you, Mr. Giegold. Next is Christian Terhes for 1 minute.
Thank you. Dear President von der Leyen, in 2019, as a candidate for the office that you are holding right now, you said in this plenary, and I quote, "The foundation of our European civilization is Greek philosophy and Roman law." What you did not mention in that speech is the fundamental role that Christianity, and implicitly the Judeo-Christian values, had in developing the European civilization. Based on these Christian values and the belief that all human beings are created in the image of God, the fundamental and inalienable rights were developed, which later was specified in treaties and conventions, as well as national constitutions and laws. Reducing the European civilization only to Greek philosophy and Roman law, and ignoring the Judeo-Christian values, you'll find arguments for inequality and slavery, as it was in the ancient Greek, and tyranny, as it was in the ancient Rome. Under your leadership, unfortunately, the European Union became from an area of freedom a concentration camp, in which people cannot travel, eat in restaurants, or go to movies unless they have a green certificate. I urge you, therefore, to promote and defend in the European Union the Christian heritage and values based on which we are all created by God, equal and born free. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terhes. Next is Dorian Rockmaker for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Today, the President of the European Commission set out the agenda for the coming year. The agenda is hyper-ambitious. The President speaks of the Team EU, but we have never been more divided. Action is reaction. If the Commission tries to force member states with legal actions, it will only create more opposition. You may not like or trust Orban or Morawiecki, but the majority of voters do, and we have to respect democracy. Second, transparency is key. Every EU citizen should be able to see what's going on. The technique is available. We can start tomorrow. Finally, to create a real working union, we must connect in real life free movement of persons by high-speed rail. That creates a world of opportunity for all. It's green, it's accessible, and it's safe. Respect, transparency, and tangible results. This will bring Europe closer together.
Thank you. Next is Esther de Lange for 1.5 minutes.
Mevrouw de commissievoorzitter, u sprak over de overstromingen en de bosbranden van afgelopen zomer. En ik denk terecht, want zij...
Madam President, you mentioned the floods, you mentioned the fires that occurred this summer and said we need to act together against climate change. The Netherlands fortunately had no fatalities, but the damage caused was huge. Companies, individuals were faced with floods. Households that believed that they were insured found that the insurance companies refused to pay out. Schools had to be evacuated. Madam President of the Commission, I'm not making an appeal to you per se. The European Commission has acted. It's more an appeal really to the Dutch government for them to use the funds being made available.
House, to our European Union. And in many areas, indeed, that house is strong. We added an extra room in the area of health when we faced an unprecedented health threats. But a house also needs a strong foundation, the rule of law, independent courts, and independent media. I thank the Commission for the initiatives announced in this area today. But like the pandemic, the rule of law is not a sprint, but a marathon. And this House expects the European Commission to go all the way. And let me finalize today's contribution by saying that we also need fixing our roof when it's not yet raining. I'm thinking about the creation of a capital markets union, the completion of the banking union, no matter how difficult that will be. So let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. De Lange. Next is Brando Benifei, per un minuto.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. President von der Leyen, what would the founding fathers of European integration say, looking at the last 20 years with the explosion of globalization, the attack on the Twin Towers, Afghanistan? They would say, how much time has been lost while the world went on? But today we're finally on the right track. The disasters we've seen have led to a reaction. We're now seeing attempts to reform budget rules, pooling debt, the construction of a social Europe, technological sovereignty, ecological transition, humanitarian corridors, common defence, and LGBT rights, women's rights. On all these subjects, you've used courageous words, Madam President. The Parliament needs to do its part. It may seem impossible to have a Europe of solidarity and democracy, but it is possible. It needs to be done. Thank you.
Benifei, next.
Thank you.
Collega's, mevrouw de commissievoorzitter.
Colleagues, President of the Commission, Ms. von der Leyen, you gave us a fine speech, a speech full of hope, and it stuck with me. I heard your passion, speaking from the heart for Europe, but there was something missing in your speech. You were Minister of Defence. You stand up for defence and security for Europe. But you seem to be too shy. You're not going far enough towards a European army. It has to be done now. If we don't take this step now towards a European army, then when are we going to do it? We spend a lot of money on European defence, but each member state on its own. We spend as much as China, more than Russia. I'm not saying anything against NATO. I agree with Stoltenberg. A strong European pillar in NATO will help us. And I talked to Guy Verhofstadt. One of the topics that has to be discussed in the Conference on the Future of Europe is a European army. So I'm saying, have courage, take that step, use your power and move towards a European army.
Meyer, for 1 minute and a half.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam President, dear colleagues, dear guests. I guess we can be very proud for things we have done last year. I just hope we save more lives, reduce the suffering, and save some costs. But now we must face the future. And here I must say that I share and agree the agenda, the program presented by you, Madam President, commented by Manfred Weber and the others. And unlike a lot of people in this House, I believe we can deliver on this program if we want. Let me share some points that were discussed, and I haven't heard a lot reaction in discussion. First, on microchips. Here, I guess time is money. And we must find a way how to help our researchers, investors, and firms to increase our sovereignty and support our economy. The example to follow is not just Galileo, it's also Battery Alliance that I guess is doing very well. Second, I was very pleased to hear that human rights are not for sale, as you said, at no cost. I guess yesterday was too late to make it more real. I guess to start with ban on certain export is the first step, but just the first step. And I guess we must deliver on that, finally. Last not least, let me refer to Next Generation EU and RRF. I guess this was a very right decision in the right time. Let me just remind Commission and Council that there should be no space only not for corruption, conflict of interest and wrongdoing, but we must make sure that money will deliver. That's the key how to turn this brave decision into success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niedermayer. Next is Javier Moreno Sanchez for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam van der Leyen, ladies and gentlemen, the State of the Union has improved over this year thanks to the collective efforts made by everybody. Europe is still a convalescent, but it's moving to overcome the crisis and towards economic recovery with the vaccination campaign and the initiating of the recovery plan. Europe, therefore, is going back to looking to the future, a green, environmentalist, feminist future with a transition that needs to be fair in territorial terms amongst states and socially amongst all citizens. But, ladies and gentlemen, the crisis caused by the pandemic was of such an extent that the same rules won't work. And that goes for the economic sphere too, which is why I agree with Minister Calvini's proposals that green and digital investment shouldn't count as part of the deficit or the debt of member states, and that the recovery fund should be permanent. Please, let's go down that path. Thank you.
Next is Benoît Ludgen pour 1 minute et demi.
Madam President,
Without you, without the Commission, no member state would have been able to vaccinate so many of its citizens. Without you, without the Commission, no member state would have been able to give such intensity of support to its workers and businesses. Without you, today there would be no recovery plan in the various member states. Without you, the climate ambition would not have been raised, and that was really necessary. Through our common action, as you said this morning, we need to give priority to the European youth wherever they live, even if it's in really run-down areas or in the back of beyond. That's our ambition, and that is where we will sow the seeds of European values which unite us. That creates our European dignity. It makes sense in terms of the policy we carry out over the next few weeks and months. This will enable young people to get jobs, training, and obviously we need to take action. This is part of responsibility, solidarity, and it's part of your courage and your enthusiasm. Thank you.
Next is Jens Geier for 1 minute.
Danke, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you, Madam President von der Leyen. I won't repeat what colleagues from my group have said on social dimension, rule of law and migration. I think the Commission's proposals have come too late and lack ambition. Let's not be too late with the political, industrial challenges. We are now dependent on the outside, which is a great shortcoming. We need to recreate our own capacities. Let's be quicker with that. Fair conditions needs a supply chain law. Thank you for the work done on that, but there's also the lack of protection for workers and a ban on child labour, which would also help to protect European jobs.
I now give the floor to Carlo Ressler for 1.5 minutes.
Poštovana potpredsjednice,
Madam President of the Commission, dear colleagues, the complexity of climate, demographic and economic challenges requires a reaction to the situation generated by a crisis without precedent. We can see what is going on. Children are going back to schools, there are cultural and sporting events, and member states have started to receive record resources for modernization. This is why we support the Recovery and Resilience Plan, and it has the support of our citizens as well. We have to prepare ourselves for the new digital era, because this is also one of the goals of the Recovery and Resilience plans. We must become more resilient and more ready to react in extraordinary situations, one of which we have witnessed this summer, from natural disasters and humanitarian crises and hybrid attacks on our borders. We also have to reduce disparities in Europe and support societies which are ready to take new steps. My country is a good example of that. As the youngest EU member state, Croatia is ready to join Schengen, and we are coming closer and closer to introducing euro. These are both national and European achievements, and this is the direction that should be supported without any doubt. Thank you.
Much, Mr. Ressler. Next is Agnes Jongerius for 1 minute.
Dank u, voorzitter. De 8 begrotingshaken.
Thank you, Madam President. President van der Leyen. The hawks in the Netherlands are on the rise. You, for a year, have been talking about support for the member states and for recovery and resilience, and let's hope that we will have new budget rules which will make it possible to do everything we need to do. That will be vital for the climate agreement to be successful, but also to ensure that we can support our citizens. Hopefully the capital markets will continue to support all of this, but hopefully whilst showing solidarity. When we talk about sustainability, I'd like to draw attention to social sustainability. Without a doubt, an ever more European mobility package is vital. That requires flexible contracts with not too many requirements on employers or employees. So I would ask you to put that into your programme. Thank you.
Congratulations, President Ursula, on a very fine speech, 1 hour in duration, during which you didn't drop a note, so to speak. I think it was only right that you should refer to COVID-19 and the successful vaccine deployment in the EU, the need to be prepared for future pandemics, and the EU's help to third countries. I was also encouraged to hear your words on digitalisation, semiconductors and carbon neutral economy. I noticed you never mentioned the B word, Brexit, perhaps an intelligent omission and a message in itself. But as the only Irish MEP speaking in this debate, I would like to take this opportunity to praise the steady, practical and mature approach taken by you, by the Commission, and especially the diligent and ongoing work of Vice President Šefčovič, negotiating and finalising our future relationship with the UK. The EU must create mechanisms to engage with civil society and political structures in Northern Ireland to ensure that the protocol works, and I know we'll have your full support for that, Madam President. When appropriate, I intend to lead a trade delegation of MEPs to Northern Ireland to hear the views of those on the ground, those who are actually affected. We have a responsibility to listen and to try to solve the problems, and we must not take this responsibility lightly. Finally, a pet theme of mine, daylight savings. President Juncker tried to end this outmoded practice. Perhaps you could finalise that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Next is Robert Biedron for 1 minute.
Madam President, by the way, I think it's super cool that 2 women are leading this debate today. Thank you very much. Keep fingers crossed. Schuman
said that Europe needs soul. Madam President, you've said that this soul is in the rule of law. If it is true, then I would like to call upon you to act. What the Commission has done so far on the rule of law is insufficient. Half of the term is behind us, and we have the deterioration of the rule of law in Poland. In 30% of our country, we have LGBTQ-free zones. Polish women have less rights than when we access the European Union. We have also the shrinking media freedoms in Poland. We need decisive actions on the part of the Commission. If it is not sufficient, I think it is high time European Commission put forward a special package on the better protection of the rule of law in individual member states. I would like to appeal to you once again, Madam President.
I pass the floor to Mr. Christoforou. I will now move to today's first voting session. We will vote on the files as indicated on the agenda. The first voting session will be open from 1300 until 14:15. And the same voting method will be used as during the previous voting sessions. All votes will be held by roll call. I declare, therefore, the voting sessions open, and you have until 2:15 to vote. And the results of the first voting sessions will be announced at 7 o'clock this evening. Also, in relation to the decisions by the ITRE and ECON committees to enter into interinstitutional negotiations pursuant to Rule 71, Paragraph 1, as announced at the opening of the session on Monday, 13th of September, the President has received no requests for a vote in Parliament by members or political groups reaching at least the medium threshold. The committees may therefore start the negotiations. So now the floor over to you, Mr. Christoforou, for 1 minute and a half.
Madam President of the European Commission, I fully agree with the European vision and the European values, because I am fully convinced that the European Union is in favor of and promotes the aspirations of European people. That is the greatest achievement of mankind in the last 75 years. I cannot imagine any other way to deal with the pandemic, the climate change, and all of the other crises without the European Union. We have now a perspective for growth, jobs, and a good economy. What I am asking for now is a strong, a leading European Union, a leader among everybody else around the globe. But Greece and Cyprus at the same time are suffering on a daily basis the provocations, the threats of their sovereign rights by Turkey, and the EU, instead of condemning this, it is calling Turkey its strategic partner. It is time for the European Union to declare that the sovereign rights of the EU and of its member states are non-negotiable, that they should not be influenced by Turkey or nobody else. I fully agree with you that human rights are not for sale and they're non-negotiable. But I'm asking my own human right to return to the place where I was born, to my home, because I am one of the thousands of Greek Cypriot refugees. How is this defended? Of course, we defend human rights around the globe, but the time has come to tell European citizens how we support their human rights in order for us to create the Europe that we wish, to create a sovereign Europe that will be able to tackle the challenges of our times. We will all be proud of it. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Christoforou. Es folgt für eine Minute Herr Kollege Pizzula.
Thank you. Mr. Pizzula is next.
Madam President, since your last year's State of the Union address, vaccines have been developed. The recovery and resilience plans have been prepared, and we have better economic results. When it comes to Croatia, I have to say that there are some specificities. Last year, Croatia was hit by a strong earthquake, and there is fear that the resources from the Recovery and Resilience Fund might go underused, because this is the responsibility of national governments. We need to remove barriers among us. I'm talking about Schengen. I ask you to support Croatia's entry into the Schengen area. This would definitely improve our economic cooperation and improve the well-being of citizens. When it comes to the enlargement process, it is a pity that you didn't speak more about it in your address. You said that we are sharing the same destiny of the Western Balkans. This is why we have to remove the harmful blockages and support this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzula. Next is Mr. Hansen for 1.5 minutes.
Dear Madam President,
If you had told us 1 year ago during your State of the Union 2020 that when you would stand before us again, 70% of the EU population would have been vaccinated, who would have believed you? And it is a tremendous success of the EU and one that makes it very clear the health union, we need it more than ever. But while the EU's capacity to protect its citizens from future and current pandemics is slowly coming of age, our Weltpolitikfähigkeit, like Jean-Claude Juncker used to call it, still remains stuck in infancy. All too often, the EU's voice comes late and is not credible without the capacity to back our own commitments, as we have seen it very clearly in the evacuation of our citizens from the airport in Kabul. To become credible with open strategic autonomy, we must give ourselves the means to enforce our rules for all players in our single market, European or not. For example, with the tool to combat distortive foreign subsidies in the single market and the tool to demand reciprocity, such as in public procurement. These are the conditions necessary to guarantee that our openness remains a strength rather than a weakness. And finally, Madam President, we need a fully fledged China task force to finally and once and for all be able to speak with one voice towards China. And finally as well, thank you for the import ban on forced labor goods. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Mr. Zorrinho, 1 minute.
Madam President, we have to learn from lessons. A solidarity in our response to the crisis is the difference between the response given to the last crisis, and that shows how important it is that the path we have is based on solidarity and moving towards a union of health, a union of strategic autonomy, a fiscal union, where we are fighting for sustainability for the planet and dignity for human beings, a union of health, common defence, where we have fair trade, where we have gender equality, where we have a union against violence, against energy poverty. I do hope, Madam President, that we've learnt from the lessons of the past when we actually change our governance model, as you announced. We have to show solidarity, we have to show cooperation, we have to avoid as well economic chokeholds, because they will lead to injustice between people and economic poverty. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, Mr. Zorrinho. Mrs. Niebler is next.
Thank you very much, President, President of the Commission, representative of Council, colleagues. There are 2 comments I would like to make on the State of the Union. First of all, on corona crisis management and what the EU has achieved in this very difficult time. I think it was not bad. Commission President, you in your speech talked about youth, and I think that's excellent because during the pandemic we have spoken far too little about young people and what we have demanded of them during this time. I'm glad that the ALMA program is up and running and that we're investing in training, education and further training of young people, and that we're doing everything we can to offer possibilities to young people. Second comment is about the geopolitical role of the Union and the Commission. That was one of your core points when you took on the post of Commission President and you talked about Afghanistan. I'm wondering, if not now, then when will we strengthen the European pillar in NATO? If not now, then when will we continue to develop our CFSP? I think it's very important to put all our political will and power into that if we want to be taken seriously on the global scene, not just as a strong economic power, but also on the subject of security. I think that's the big task facing us over the next 2.5 years, to really make progress with that. and to give our citizens what they deserve.
Thank you, Mrs. Niebler. 1 minute, Mr. Negrescu.
Doamna președinte, dragi colegi.
President, colleagues, in order to discuss about the state of the Union, we need to know and to understand the state of the European citizens. The pandemics, the discrepancies, the decrease in levels of living make it very difficult for citizens to live. The political instability and weak governance, as the case in Romania, which was ignored in your speech, need concrete actions, prompt actions. And this is why we need the European Union to get involved in new domains. Education must become a priority. All European citizens must be able to learn in good, decent conditions. No child can be left behind. If you want to focus on the future of Europe, I urge you to construct a Europe of education. An educated Europe is more powerful, able to respond to the challenges. I suggest that we should have a global summit on education and to focus on an increase of investments in this domain. I count on you to make education a priority for the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Negrescu. Mr. Bullman is next for 1 minute.
Herr Präsident,
President, Madam President of the Commission, Madam von der Leyen, you came at the start of your mandate saying that you wanted to lead a global commission which would meet the challenges of the age and would make sure that we can make these challenges manageable with an important role for the European Union. So I think your ambition is correct and needs to be pursued. But how far have we come in achieving what we want to achieve? Yes, internally we're better when it comes to COVID, but people are dying all over the world. I'm not saying we can do everything alone, but we need to lead a coalition. Tax policy, we had a unique chance to put an end to tax evasion, tax havens. But we need to be serious. And when it comes to values, you were talking about dialogue. The steps in Poland are important, but when will our patience end with Mr. Orban? When will we take the necessary measures? Thank you, Mr. Bullman. For 1 minute, Mr. López Aguilar is next.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, President. President von der Leyen. I would endorse everything that the head of our group said in this House, but I do agree with two things that you said. You urged the European Parliament to legislate ASAP on the new Migration and Asylum Pact, because it will only be a pact when the EP takes it on board, and that's when we can guarantee binding solidarity with migrants and asylum seekers. And it's absolutely vital we do this to protect them when they come into countries that have external borders with the rest of the world, whether we're talking about the Atlantic or the Mediterranean. The asylum system was suggested by the Commission in 2016, and so Council really does need to move forward on this. Rule of law. You said that we need to guarantee the respect of rule of law and the judgments of the Court of Justice. I totally agree, but let's recall that you didn't mention by name Hungary and Poland and Article 7 proceedings. And we are prepared to use Article 85 of the treaty to ensure... Speaker is cut off.
Thank you, Mr. López Aguilar. Mrs. Gutaya is next. You have 1 minute.
I am proud to bring to this debate the perspective of Malta and Gozo,
two islands that might seem far away from the centre but are profoundly European and ready not only to be a bridge between the Union and our Mediterranean partners but also beyond. I must state that I welcome the emphasis on social justice and work-life balance. You are right, Madam President. This pandemic has taught us how precious time is. A Europe that truly cares about social rights is one that would bring equality amongst its citizens and the diverse regions within our member states. We must ensure a bright future for our youths. I do greatly welcome the upcoming European Year of Youth and the special programme for the unemployed and unskilled youths, because everyone deserves to experience EU opportunities. Finally, I welcome the Commission's recognition of Malta's efforts in strengthening the rule of law. Together, let's continue strengthening journalistic protection and our rights. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Kutay.
Thank you, Ms. Kutaya. On behalf of the Commission, I will give the floor to the President von der Leyen.
I'm not that small. Sehr geehrte Damen, Herr Vizepräsident.
Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, members, thank you for such a diverse and lively debate. And first of all, let me make it clear. Some have said that we're getting close to half-time in our mandate. No, the Commission has been in this office for 20 months. We've got 2/3 to go, and every month and every day, every hour will be made use of to move Europe forwards. This debate has shown, and it's impressive, that a large majority is there with the willingness to implement, and that is the task that we need to overcome. We have many legislative files on the table, and we need to make sure that we make progress. I know that the legislation will be changed when it emerges from negotiations, but the tasks are so urgent that we can't just leave them to lie. Now, if you think about the fight against climate change, we know we don't have much time. And that's why it's so important for us to offer our response and our obligation to combat climate change. I know it's a massive task. The package is there, but it's also a big opportunity to bring influence to bear for improvement, because we all feel that we can't continue in this way, robbing nature. So let's tackle this task with energy and the European passion that I know you have. Our single market is recovering well, because for the very first time in such a harsh crisis, we have managed to create unity in the Union. All levels are cooperating towards the same goal. We have no intergovernmental agreement. This time we managed with Next Generation EU to get everyone unified behind one single goal: to invest, to stop this threatening crisis, and to use investment to accelerate recovery. And on purpose we called it Next Generation EU, because the philosophy is that with this money, and this is quite right, because we don't want to hamper the economy and create unemployment. No, on the contrary, we want investment to trigger the economy. So with that money, we need to make sure it's invested in such a way that it's the next generation that benefits, youth, and that's the big subject: fight against climate change. Now, when I look at where we stand now, we have a record speed with this programme, and we see that 18 member states have now completed their negotiations and the programme is running. 2 have not yet submitted. What's important for us is that 2 principles be fulfilled in this programme. First of all, investments, yes, but hand in hand with reforms. And in conjunction with the important issue of rule of law, I have heard many good points, many justified requirements, and there was one person who asked a question. Unfortunately, that person is not here to hear the answer, but I'll still give the answer. So what do we want to do with rule of law? Well, it's very simple, it's very clear. These principles are in the treaties of the European Union and in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. That is where you can find the answers. And the Commission is the guardian of these treaties. We've got the Article 7 procedure, the violation of the treaty proceedings, which can lead to sanctions, and we have made use of that possibility. And then the reports on rule of law and the conditionality mechanism. I can confirm that when we talk about protecting our budget, we will do whatever we can, whatever is within our power to do so. And I can announce that in the coming weeks, the first written notifications will be sent out. The same person who asked the question also asked, where is the basis and the rules for Next Generation EU? They're also clearly laid out in legislation. So apart from investment, we've got these forms, the country-specific recommendations, and those recommendations need to be implemented in the reform mechanism. And if the independence of justice in the country-specific recommendations are contained within, then we need to see the reforms that make that possible. And until we've got that, we cannot conclude. And if in those country-specific recommendations there's a call to fight against corruption, then we would take steps in. We want to see those steps in the national recovery plans. Otherwise, we cannot agree to those recovery plans. That's the phase we're in at the moment. And members of Parliament, I know that we have many more issues on the agenda. That was my short answer. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your energy and the willingness to implement that I've been able to feel today. These are all issues that are essential for the future of Europe and for young people. And I know that you will join in our struggle to improve the future of Europe for young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner von der Leyen. Ms. Ponsati Obiols is next for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. President von der Leyen. The recommendations of the Council of Europe regarding Spain had a very long list of homeworks that has not been followed, and you are silent about it. The Spanish government has taken no action to stop repression and end judicial abuse. Just a few days ago, a spokesman for the Spanish Popular Party was boasting in a newspaper interview that his party has the support of the majority of the judiciary. And no one seems uncomfortable about this. Authoritarian judges on an anti-Catalan crusade do the dirty work for Mr. Pedro Sánchez. Looking away from the elephant in the room will not work. And it is costly as long as Europe renounces its obligation to check on Spain's authoritarian and illegal tendencies. Europe is bound to become the alibi for any bully that needs one. Let it be Morocco, Turkey, Russia, Saudi Arabia, or soon the powers of Asia. Spain is the Achilles heel of the EU. Its national insecurity that needs to crush all plurality is the back door for authoritarianism spreading to European institutions. Do not let this happen under your watch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Shirdevan for 1 minute. Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much for the discussion, President of the Commission. Well, What remains from this debate about the State of the Union? A lot of buzzwords, but no convincing ideas. I'd like to help you out there. I think we need to develop the EU as an area of social protection. You spoke about the workers in the front line working against the pandemic. These people need more than applause. They need better working conditions, higher wages, and they need better services and social security. That's what the population wants. I'm speaking for them rather than just the parliament. And then you need to tackle monopolies, open the market for SMEs. Data protection is important. You need to bring about a process of digital convention. And when it comes to climate protection, there needs to be social flanking to climate measures. That's my idea, my proposal for a European Union of social protection. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Shirdevan. Mr. Roos is next for 1 minute.
Dank u, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. The European Union should be a practical complement to Europe, and it is when the right right decisions are taken. But what we're seeing is economic decisions creating bubbles, and we're also seeing our children having problems in paying for housing. We need to ensure that the rules are actually followed in the Stability and Growth Pact, because that stimulates positive economies. We need to encourage the use of good nuclear energy without reducing CO2 emissions. Nature is what enables us to provide a future. We need security of supply, and that means that we need the right energy prices. We need to protect our borders. We need to be able to teach our children to be critical at school. We need, in conclusion, to respect the Union, the sovereignty of the Union. The Union is made up of 27 states and diversity amongst themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moiten is next for 1 minute.
Eine Minute, 3 kurze Gedanken.
1 minute, 3 short thoughts. This House applauds the new own resources that you're proposing. We should be protesting. I'm quite perplexed. Anyway, second idea, youth should be free and not bound by different programs. Let them get on with it. They can do it without the EU. They can manage better alone. Unfortunately, I see people leaving our countries. They don't go to EU member states. Many well-educated young people are leaving the EU. Third idea, what about about nature? I believe that you want to prevent damage, but you need to change your strategy. It's not going to work with wind energy. It's not going to work with immobility. You need to think about a different strategy. It's not working. We're not going to be able to secure our energy supply. We're robbing nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moiten. Mr. Lamberts is next for 1 minute.
Madame
President, you are right to note that you're a third of the way through your mandate, not halfway, despite the pandemic. I would say that the easiest part has been done, that is, starting on files and present proposals. Now you need to put your many proposals in the environmental and social field, the rule of law and defence democracy. Well, migration, maybe you're a bit less ambitious there, but all these proposals need to be put into practice and made concrete now. And obviously, there will be some conflicts and majorities will need to be found. And you need to do all you can to build majorities and accept that there will be people who don't want more financial solidarity. Some people don't want more climate action. Some people don't want real action on the rule of law. You'll have to take that on board and build majorities. We need to be as inclusive as possible, yes, but we need you to help us construct majorities. Thank you very much, Mr. Lamberts. Mr. Cholos is next for 1 minute.
Madame la Présidente, vous avez entendu les...
Madam President, you've heard speakers from the Union. What we expect now is action, and I'm fully aware that we need to do that together. You'll have the support of our groups and the Union, and I'm sure you'll have a majority here in the Parliament to implement what is already on the table as quickly as possible. It's true that you still have around 3 years of your mandate to go, so probably a year or so to table new proposals and then put things into practice. I heard your message about the mechanism on rule of law, and I thank you for that. I think that's the signal that many were expecting and waiting for, because the economy, money and employment count. People expect a lot of that, but it needs to be built upon a solid basis. And one last word, do not forget that we have committed together in the conference to follow up on the conclusions emerging from that conference. We will be side by side with you. We will be waiting for those conclusions and then Commission proposals following on from that. People expect and hope to see a better union than the one they found.
Thank you, Mr. Cholos. Mrs. García Pérez is next for 1 minute.
Gracias.
Thank you. It's difficult in 1 minute to sum up the whole debate, so if I may, I'll focus on one point. I listened to the extreme right in this House saying that climate policy in the Union is responsible for the rise in energy prices. Please, they couldn't be more wrong. That's not the problem. The problem for the prices in energy prices is that some people triple their profits, and it's citizens and users that have to pay that. And what we should do is actually shore up fighting climate change through the policies we're introducing, but we should also ensure that real energy costs on the market are taken into account when calculating the profits of energy companies. Madam van der Leyen, I think we've fought COVID with courage, and courage is vital, but not just in moments of crisis. Courage is vital to build a Europe that will really be by the sides of citizens. If you think that that is the path we should take, the Socialist and Democrats group will be by your side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. García Pérez. And finally, Mr. González Pons for 1 minute.
Presidenta, me alegra poder decirle que esta es la última.
This is the last speech. You can count on the support of our group to face up to those difficult challenges, the digital transition, the ecological transition without creating energy poverty. The good news is that Parliament is back. Parliament is here once again. So European democracy is here. Whatever we do, whichever way we go, let's all bear in mind that what we need most of all is to recover the European spirit. The European spirit. Let's create that once again in Europe. Danke sehr.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. González Pons. So that concludes the debate. The sitting is suspended and will resume at 3 p.m. with a debate on the report by Mr. Giegold on implementation of EU requirements for exchange of tax information. We now adjourn.